Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another stream from Backlog Busters. And hopefully, what we're going to do today is just do more comparison of N64 games. I have a big old stack here of N64 games that I still need to get through, that I've not shown or not shown well so far. I think most of these I've not shown. And I would like to show that off today. So I'm going to run through these. And what I do have, if I can switch this camera, is both N64 and the Analogue 3D right next to each other. And I'm going to do this fancy split view. If it will show it up, it may take a second for it to wake up. Split view of both of these connected at the same time. So N64 on the left, and then the Analogue 3D on the right here with the overclocked mode on. So hopefully this will be a nice way to demo both of these together and show it off in an interesting way. I'm hoping that will be true and that y'all will enjoy this. I also have the individual feeds of this, so this would be the analog view, and then switching over to just the plain N64 view on here. And then, yeah, so they're both sitting on here. Let's see. I guess like housekeeping stuff. This is probably my final stream of the Analogue 3D unless they do a big update to this. This is still on 1.1 or 1.19, I think is the latest version. I just checked it earlier to see if they had some new version out. They do not seem to. Yeah, 1.1.9, not 19, is the version still on here. So I wish this would get an update, and that would be a cool thing to do like another stream for, but I feel like I'm, other than that, kind of coming to the end of what is probably interesting to see from the Analog 3, at least for right now, is the comparison. And what I had heard from other YouTube videos that I've watched out there and other comparisons is that the Analog 3D on its Force hardware mode, original hardware, is slightly slower than a real N64 in several ways. So I thought it'd be better to show them both side by side. It also makes it a little bit easier. I don't just switch left and right between them by changing all the settings and going back. So hopefully showing the side by side and just showing them natively is a little quicker to show these games, especially because I've got 18-ish games here to go through, so we'll see how many we can get through in this time. I also have a big list of suggestions from people. Some of them I will hit, but at least for the comparison, because I want to show both of these side by side, I've got the summer cart in the original N64, and then I've got the real cartridge in the Analog 3D, just so it's a little easier, especially with the Analog 3D settings, to go through there and show the comparison. If we get through all these games really quickly, which I hope I can kind of blow through these unless people have questions or anything, then we'll go through this list of ones I have, which have like Buck Bumble, Top Gear Overdrive, Snowboard Kids 2, NBA Hangtime. I've got 24 other games on this list to go through. So we'll see how many we can get through, but there's the housekeeping of these. I guess the only other thing is that the N64 is the N64 and the Analog 3D is a new FPGA N64 that is meant to replicate the original but have HDMI output and go up to 4K and everything like that. But I feel like we've covered that in past videos. But if you're coming here for the first time, that's what we're trying to show, is just if you hop into one of these, what does it look like? I'm no a video scientist. I tried to do some of the frame by frame analysis, but it seemed to mess up, and I couldn't get anything consistent enough to feel good about that frame rate analysis, running it through Teardrop or anything to show the actual frame rate of this. I'll leave that to the digital foundries of the world to show, because I could not make heads or tails of it, and it seemed very inconsistent, and I did not feel good showing that off of the Analog 3D runs this at 45 frames per second because it seemed so inconsistent and didn't line up with even just visually what looked like it. And even comparing Diddy Kong Racing, where it shows the frame rate, didn't line up with the test of the uncompressed video footage. It also takes up a lot of space. So kind of avoiding that, and let's just do a side-by-side and just go based on look and feel alone, which is not at all scientific, but that's what I'm aiming for. Let's see, Dawn Run 2025, waiting on my Analog 3D, just got an EverDrive X7 updated and ready for it. Nice. Do you have, I assume you have an original N64 to update the EverDrive X7, or did they make it so that you could update it without the N64? Because that's the thing I initially heard, was that you kind of needed original hardware to plug it into, like the blue retro receiver, and then you update it, and then it can play on the analog. I don't know if that's been solved or made easier at all. Yeah, let me know. And with that, let's go to just plain N64. I guess just to if we can get to the main menu here. Okay. So Rogue Squadron is one that I do think would be interesting to show. I think we did a little bit of this last time, but the N64 is hooked up through my RetroTink 4K over here, if we can pull up the menu. And so it's doing autofill integer with this. It's set up for the N64 profile and everything. And I have, I don't know if it's on, oh, where is it? It's on this, oh yeah, there at the bottom. The mode at the bottom says CP480i. So the N64 will be running through the RetroTink 4K. These are both getting upscaled to 1080p because frankly, my computer can't handle two 4K consoles coming in and then broadcasting it. So it's a limitation on my part, not on these. But what I am showing is the RetroTink should have a better handling of the interlaced video signal than the Analogue 3D is currently able to handle. So that will hopefully show a better comparison of these. So de-interlacing motion adaptive is a really nice one that's been very clean in all my experience. And then we will probably see lots of interlacing on the Analogue 3D as it doesn't seem to handle the 480i content super well. Let's see, Ron says, I did update it with an original N64, the EverDrive X7. You have to run the update with the original N64. They haven't yet added it to the OS software yet. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. A little unfortunate, but also it is strange to me that you cannot update it through the Analogue 3D, and that seems like a firmware update they need to release, I would think, to make that easier. Okay, and since this is running through the summer cart, I don't think many of these will have saves for the N64 here, but let's just do a little training mission and see what this is like. I guess I should also switch my monitor to see this, shouldn't I? That would make it easier for me to see gameplay. And hopefully I connected all this right. Oh, maybe I didn't. It didn't make it easy for me to view N64 footage on this, so we'll just switch some inputs here, and that should make it okay to play this. Hopefully this isn't too bad. Okay, we'll just do normal X-Wing. And can we skip this so I don't get demonetized initially? No, there's no way to skip it. So we'll let this intro play for a second. And I'll hit every button in hopes that it will skip, but we may just have to watch it and talk here for a second. So, yeah, the EverDrive X7, it is unfortunate that you cannot update through the Analogue 3D. I really hope they do an update for the Analogue 3D so it handles this stuff better. It's, as the thing that was pointed out in several videos so far, if this is supposed to be 100% accurate to the N64, it seems like it should be able to update the EverDrive and the Blue Retro adapter and everything through that itself, through the Analogue 3D. It seems like there's some work to be done if that stuff is not working out of the box. It's just unfortunate for all the people who did buy one in preparation, but maybe don't have an N64 laying around to do it. It would be nice to have some of that stuff kind of listed out up front. That's what I would hope for. Next time, I don't know what Analogue needs to do to make that a little bit more clear. Okay, hopefully we're getting to the end of the credits here, and I can switch over. Let me switch HDMI just so I can get a better look at this. The video may cut out for just a second. Okay, hopefully that wasn't too much of a cutout, but I was just switching the monitor that I can see here on the table to actually show the N64 footage so I can get a better feel for how this is playing. Okay. So yeah, this is the RetroTink 4K handling the interlacing and everything on here. So it should look pretty clear. You shouldn't have all that kind of weaving, combing artifacts on there. Or I guess they look like comb bristles to me. That's what I refer to them as. But yeah, this is Rogue Squadron on the N64. And it feels like basically what I remember here. It's still decently smooth. Like I remember this game being a huge showcase for the console back in the day, at least for me, whenever I would see friends play it, that it seemed so cool. I also feel like Factor 5 in general has done some really incredible things with the GameCube and N64 whenever they put these games out. So these were always kind of a showcase. And yeah, it does. As I turn these corners and everything, you can feel a little choppiness in the look of it there. It's nothing too bad. It still seems very playable to me. And this is on the like high res mode. So we have the expansion pack in. That's why it's trying to display at 480i, because it is taking advantage of that to make a high resolution image display. So it may even be a little smoother without this on, but I feel like this is the best showcase of the two side by side here, hopefully. Okay, so we've defeated some of these people. Let's see if we can just speed around fast and do stuff. If I can remember what the... Okay, there's the little faster mode when I do this. Going straight forward, I don't feel it as much. It's mainly when I turn and more stuff is kind of like loading into my view. That's when I feel it the most in here. Okay, let's go over to this little section, take some more of these out. I really hope this one runs a lot smoother, because especially for a flight game where I'm aiming all over the place and quickly maneuvering, this seems like this would benefit a lot. Yeah, right there, especially when I did that really bad maneuvering, came from the upside down there, it definitely felt a little chuggy. Okay. There we go. We'll get a little cutscene too to show these. I guess let's before we switch over to the analog 3D. Let's look at what this area is like with a bunch of enemy fighters and everything in here. And hopefully, yeah, it looks like my mashing these buttons isn't being picked up by the mic, so that's helpful. I'm sure that's not the best sound, and you're being saved from it. Okay, yeah, turning in some of these areas, that's where you can feel a little sluggish. And all I'm doing into this RetroTink 4K, it is a, I think it's Insurrection Industries makes a S-Video cable for the N64. So this is not an HDMI modded 64. This is just S-Video going into the VGA port, which is not really a VGA port, through an adapter from, I think, Laser Bear Industries. And so I think this looks great coming out of it. But obviously the Analog 3D could possibly be a better image, but the interlacing, I think, will be its downfall here. So let's switch over to the Analog 3D. And this one is already set to overclocked mode. I'm not doing anything on the normal mode for it, because I've got the real N64 here. And just as a top down, like, I'm using real controllers on both of these. It's Funtastic for the Funtastic N64, and I'm using just a plain controller for the Analog 3D, just so we're even closer, that I'm not having like latency from the controller affect my opinions on here. So let's go in. Did I never turn the volume back up for the N64 after the Star Wars music played? Yep, I think I did that, and I am sorry. I will turn that back up next time. And then we can do a nice side-by-side after a bit here. Okay, so let's see. Do we have a profile that's saved on here? Yes, we do. And then can I go back to that same stage we were on, so I don't have to watch the big cutscene? Okay. There we go. So yeah, this is all with unleashed modes on. We're not changing that setting. We're just gonna go full unleashed the whole way. Oh, and actually let me switch my little monitor here so it may cut out for a second. Should I have maybe bought a switch to just hit a button and switch the HDMIs on the fly? Yep. But shipping times over the holidays are a bit of a pain, so I was not fully prepared for that part. And can we skip this because we played this level before? No, we cannot. So here we'll just talk some more while we wait for this to play. And I think I can do this view while we wait. Yeah, I don't know if I don't see anything else in the chat right now, but if anybody's got any other games they want to suggest or show off here, let me know. Again, I've got a big stack next to me of just the only N64 games that we haven't shown so far, that I wanted to run through just to do the side-by-side comparison here. And after that, we can go through more of the list here. I hope I don't get held up by too many long intros like this, but this is a sign that this may hold us up some. I've seen more and more people on Reddit more seemingly annoyed at the whole controller pack stuff, because I still need to put a controller pack in these controllers to pull saves between these. Otherwise, it's kind of a pain, especially when I'm using the real controllers. They still have the virtual controller packs locked to these 8-bit DOE controllers. And while I think that's cool that they have virtual control packs, it is frustrating that I cannot choose to use them with real controllers. Feels like they should have some way to bypass that, especially because the Mister can. It handles that fine. So let me pause this real quick, and I'll go just full analog 3D over here. Okay. Yeah, definitely feels smoother there, but y'all can I mean, I can. I don't know how apparent it is, especially because I'm just really looking for it. But you can definitely see some of the interlacing artifacts as things move around. That you can almost see it looks like the teeth of a comb going through them, where the image kind of splits up there. And that is something that will hopefully be fixed in an update. But it's just something to be aware of. If you're looking to get one of these, if you wonder why it looks like this, you can change it. You can turn the virtual expansion pack off so that you don't display out in 480i and try to keep it down to a progressive scan, and that will look nice. But it may also not bother too many people. I don't know. I feel like it'll depend on how annoyed you get by it. I still think it's nice to have these blown up at a high resolution with nice upscaling and everything, but the interlacing I feel like really needs to be fixed. And there's still been the comments that they've made about updating this so that, if I can dial this in, so that they could display out, 480p and actually do progressive out of this, which, as I understand it, was not something that N64 could do. But it seems like that maybe is down more to the output of the N64 and not like a limitation of it being able to render that much. It's something in the chain to your television. So hopefully that would be something they'd be able to do, especially because theoretically this is a really powerful FPGA in here, and they might have some headroom to do some fancy stuff in there. This definitely feels nice and smooth, especially as I turn corners and stuff. It feels smoother. It doesn't feel like it's sped up so fast that it's uncontrollable, which is kind of a worry in here. And even on some of these cutscenes and stuff, I mean, the aliasing artifacts, or not aliasing, but the interlacing artifacts are still pretty apparent to me, but it definitely runs way smoother, and that is really nice. That is one of the benefits of these. Oh yeah, that felt like some chunky slowdown there. These games that benefited from the expansion pack typically ran things to past the limit of what the N64 could comfortably handle. So it's really cool to see these run smoother and better and take advantage of these modes that were put in, almost like something today where you'd get a pro version of a console and you get extra features built into it. Hey, I beat this level in like half the time once it's sped up and everything. Yeah, this one seems like it's a huge improvement, and I feel like typically we've seen this on games that have these like high-res modes that they get improved from doing it this way. So there's a mission complete. Let's do a little... And I forgot to turn the volume back up, so y'all were just in silence again. Come on, come on. Okay, here's the split, and I will go turn this one down. So just to see... We did finish that. So here's the rendezvous on the left with the N64. Let's load up the same level on both of them. Rendezvous, rendezvous. And I'll try to hit these buttons somewhat at the same time. Will I be able to steer at the same time? Probably not, but let's just see how these compare. It is making me wonder if I didn't scale the one as much here, but they should both be set to integer scales. I think so. I don't want to interrupt this one just yet. I wonder if this comes across. This is the first time I'm like fully looking at this. Hey, the Analogue 3D does seem to be slightly ahead. Yeah, look at those planes move. Oh, that looks way smoother on the right. So yeah, it's definitely creeping ahead here. And will it crash into this mountain if I just let it, or just keep these kind of going the same way? What I did want to do is, yeah, I have it at integer, and it's just trying to do it the same way there. So let's get some quick panning shots here of what this looks like. That's kind of incredible how how different that looks. I hope that's just not like a frame drop on my end or something that's making that look so stuttery on the N64. But seeing those side by side, that's like night and day on how those look. Okay, while we're here, let me switch to just the N64, and let me do that turn so you can see it. Like, yeah, it's still that way. That's just me holding left. And we go to the Analogue 3D. So smooth. That's so much nicer. And then back to the split here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a great comparison to me. That really shows off just some of the difference here of it running overclocked. And you can still see some like wobble and what's happening on the Analogue 3D and everything. But just for a game like this where aiming is your #1 priority and maneuvering this seems really beneficial to have just a smoother experience with that. So, okay. There is Rogue Squadron, and let's restart the N64 and go to another game here. So I'll pull this out, top down. Rogue Squadron is done. I was supposed to turn the Analogue 3D off first. We'll go back to the main menu. Another one I'm interested in is Mickey's Speedway USA. So this is another Rare developed game, but I wanted this to be like Diddy Kong Racing. That was my hopes, is that this would be very Diddy Kong Racing-like. And the little I played, it does play pretty well, but it does not have the open world aspect of Diddy Kong Racing, which I was a little sad to see. I had really probably too high hopes for this. So let's go through Unleashed Overclock, display mode. We'll go clean. We'll do integer. And then we will switch over to the N64 here, which should be on the summer cart. And then we'll go in and queue this up, because I do not have 2 copies of each of these, but just to show them Mickey USA. Okay, and you know, at the start we could do the splits to just see how these look side by side here. We can, I don't know if we can get to the menu at the same time, but... And yeah, let me know if any of this is too loud, too quiet. I actually did something wild, and I tested some of this before streaming today, because last time I did not do nearly enough to get things ready. Yeah, rumble pack here. Rumble pack here. So here's just a panning shot, which also shows just some of the speed of the slowdown and wobble here as a small comparison. Like any of these panning of the cameras, it's very apparent to me which one is running at, you know, 30 or below versus not. So I feel like these are good comparison. I don't know if they're the, you know, most accurate, but okay. Let's go to just N64 view, and then I will switch my this so that you've got some volume there for Mickey. And then while we're here, let me switch my monitor here to show the difference. Okay, now I can play this a little bit better. So let's just go Mickey, just basic. Oh, that's the wrong controller I'm picking up. Okay. Just a basic. Let's see, Don Ron, is Doom 64 still too dark to play on A3D? I believe I tested that with the 1.19 update, and I think it was. Like, I had to turn brightness all the way up in that game to be able to see anything, so I think it's possible. I guess you could also turn your monitor brightness up. Like, it seems possible. It does not seem ideal to play Doom 3D on there. Can I skip this? No, I can't. So let's go back to the split while we... I wonder if this one's already been through this cutscene. It's so smooth on the 3D. And then we can maybe pause on traffic troubles. Okay, we're paused there. That text does seem to be moving rather fast on the Analogue 3D. Let's see if we pause the other one, if that text is moving like a half of the speed, but that seems wild how quickly that's going. Okay, loading into this race. Let me hurry and hit the pause button the second that we get started off here. Kind of seems like the text is always wild, so it doesn't seem like there's much of a difference there. Okay, let's just do N64 just one-on-one here, and let's see how this plays. I was impressed. I like the mixture here of the kind of 3D and 2D. It looks like a super high-res Mario Kart 64. I like the bounciness of the carts and everything. The Mario 64 carts always felt like a little stiff to me, and I was impressed with these animations. Even just Mickey's ears, it's very fun how many frames of animation are in there, but I mean, you're coming from the Donkey Kong Country devs from Rare, so maybe they're just great at these pre-rendered sprites in here. At least I think, like, they seem too smooth not to be pre-rendered sprites, just like how smooth all that is, I just assume. But yeah, prove me wrong. Tell me if I'm way off on this. It just is the impression it gives me. But yeah, this does it does feel like this game. It feels so smooth too. Like, this is original N64, and this game plays great. I'm interested to see what it will do. Like, those cutscenes with the blocks, those seem like you get a few little frame drops there, and that's where it's apparent. I also don't think you get a boost off your drifts in this, but I could be wrong. But yeah, this was a game that, playing it right now, this doesn't feel like there's really any downside to playing on original hardware. It plays super, super well. Okay, so there's one race on the N64 original, and we'll let this pan. I wonder if this will keep rolling through here. Will I have to stop it? Will it start another race? I hope not. I hope we can just keep it here, and then we'll catch the other one up and go from there. So, okay, switching over to the Analogue 3D. And let me switch my little monitor. Why didn't I get a switcher? This is ridiculous. Okay, now I have the Analogue 3D footage on my little monitor. And I'm turning this back up because I'm responsible. And here we go. Yeah, it's definitely... It feels really smooth. And it maybe feels like it's just playing faster overall. The other one did not feel like the... If anything, the other one didn't feel like the frame rate was fluctuating. It felt very smooth to me. This maybe feels like it's playing a little faster than normal. But I don't know, it still feels super smooth. I still don't notice anything. It doesn't feel like wildly different. The other one was very smooth. It just seems smoother, possibly. Like any perceptible or imperceptible dips on the other one have just been cut away entirely, but yeah, I could not, and I don't have the manual for this because this is just an individual cart that I'd gotten as a gift, but I could not tell if there was any way to make yourself actually launch all of these. But I like all the smoke effects, like your tires get smoky around them too, in addition to it trailing out, and hopefully I can finish better than the other one. I mean, supposedly I've got extra power here if I can actually line up. This does look really crisp too. Okay, now we should be able to do a nice split. So let's do the split and show both of these. And I should be, let me double check. Let's see if we go full N64. Yeah, freeform, autofill, integer. So, okay. I was just wondering why these didn't perfectly line up with their bottoms here, but that could just be a difference in the scaling and some reason there. Yeah, I mean, these two side by side, like, these both look like incredibly smooth games to me. I don't see a huge difference in one versus the other here. And if they are using sprites for these cars, these look incredible. Let's see, Warhawk Gamer 921. After having the Analogue 3 for a little bit, do you think it's worth it for the Unleashed mode? I think it depends on how much you like N64 games and want to play these here. The things I'd seen, I forget if it was like Video Game Esoterica or something, was comparing the overclocked modes versus the like Mr. Turbo Core and everything, and it seems like those were pretty close. Like it was kind of game by game whether or not it was one was faster than the other. So I feel like I've said this every time with the Analogue 3D, but I really feel like it depends on what you're looking for, because I think the Analogue 3D is something I would totally recommend for someone who doesn't have an N64 and wants to play these games, or doesn't want to invest in a bunch of hardware to get the N64 displaying on their TV well. Like, if you just want the feel of a plug-and-play N64, but for like a modern era, I think the Analogue 3D is great. I would love the interlacing to be fixed. I want some virtual memory packs and things like that fixed. But I do think it's really nice. Like, I've taken these several places and just hooked it up, and people have been able to play with wireless controllers, and no one has complained about, well, is the latency there? Have I, is the interlacing fixed? Like, people have just played it and had fun. So I do think that's really cool. The overclocked mode has been really impressive to people I've shown it to, and they've really liked how that feels. But I feel like if you're in the weeds and you have a mister, or you want to play with the software emulation or the decomps that are out there and everything, I think those are maybe better if you're just wanting purely like the best playing experience. You can do that through software emulation and get things to run smoother. But if you're looking for something to put cartridges in, kind of plug and play to the TV, and get some extra performance, this seems great for it. But it is limited to one. Like, you could do the Mr. Turbo Core, and then you get access to all these other games. You have to buy adapters, and you have to get upscalers to get it past 1080p reliably and things, but you also get analog output. So it really depends. But I'm thinking of the Analogue 3D as a plug and play thing. I want to play N64 games. I want to plug it in and just play it with like no setup, no weird, not weird, but no more complicated UI and things like that. It's really nice for that. And then Warhawk Gamer asks, do you think they will fix the problem with the 480i games? I am very hopeful that they will fix the problem, because the initial batch of reviews all mentioned this, that Analogue was working on a fix for it, and they were interested in trying to hijack the like pure image, whatever you'd call it, out of the console so that it could grab that. So that makes me very hopeful. But as several people will say, and I think with good reason, Analogue is not always good about following through on what they say. Like, there are still people waiting for the digital to analog converter, the DAC, to work with these consoles. They had set it for the Analog Pocket, I believe, and that never came to that. So I would still, if that is something that you're dependent on, if you want something that is more performant and handles 480i well, and displays it out or fixes it or has other interlacing modes, I would wait till they add that to jump on this console, probably. Because I do think, yes, this is cheaper than, in some cases, buying real hardware or getting a full Mister setup and things, and like getting an upscaler. Like, the cost of a really nice 4K upscaler is a lot. And I do think that this seems like, on the surface, that it is a nice, cheaper alternative that is more plug and play. But I'd love for them to fix it. I'd love for this to get huge updates. I'd love for them to add OpenFPGA, but we just can't really trust that that will for sure happen. I can just hope, because they've specifically addressed it. There have been things in the past where Analogue has, people have hoped for something and they've never added it, but to me, it's like, well, if they never outright said that was something they were going to do, sure, it's sad they didn't add it, but they never promised it. And they also didn't promise the 480i fix. They just said that they would look into it, and that's something they were focusing on. So I hope that is true. The person who makes the cores for the FPGA stuff from Analogue seems really passionate about making this stuff work well. So hopefully that is something they continue to work on. But I wouldn't take any of it as a guarantee. Let's see. Yeah, Warhawk Gamer 921 says the Wi-Fi card also. Yes, that was something that they had talked about, of doing, updates over Wi-Fi, and it has none of that functionality out of the box. Like, the Analog Pocket was fun because I got all these updates from both like open source developers on like from the Mister projects, porting stuff over to it, and that was really cool. So when Analog's not making updates, other open source devs are, and that's awesome. And so it feels like that is always getting updates. And then a lot of times I remember, oh, actually Analog hasn't put out an update in, months, but I'm getting all this cool stuff. One of the things that just got added to the Analog Pocket was that you can put your Game Boy cartridges in, and then you can dump those cartridges, which normally you'd need some accessory or something to do. And it's awesome that that is not something you have to have now. Let's see. Save data not found. Okay, so that doesn't have the space. Let me switch out for this other card. So yeah, I'd really wait. If that is something that you... One note, insufficient free notes. Okay, so I have no memory cards that store this. There's also another problem with using the real controllers. You have to have a bunch of these little memory cards, and then they fill up. So, yeah, Let's see, Warhog Gamer says, supposedly the M64 is in reviewers' hands at the moment, but I'm very skeptical of them not showing hardly anything about it. I mean, you could say the same thing about the Analogue. They didn't show hardly anything about it till the day that it shipped to customers. As I've said before, I am not a fan of Palmer Luckey, so I don't plan on covering really anything with the N64. I guess the only thing I would hope is that maybe I've heard that the Open FPGA developer who worked on the N64 core for the Mister is working on it for the M64, and they will be bringing that work over to the, sure, we'll do this switch, to the Mister core. That was apparently the part of their contract, was that they would be able to use it on the port it back to Mister afterwards. So I hope that's the case, but we'll see if there's any benefit that comes out of that. I guess I'll still be interested to see, you know, how that thing turns out, but I'm not really planning on covering anything on it. The one thing I am excited about, speaking of like using real hardware, is the let's see, these are both, I'm going to pause so that we can go through here and do N64 footage. I'm excited to see the Taki Udon, the what is it called? Superstation 1. That is a Mister in a more console-like shell. It has a ton of analog outputs without any adapters that you need. It has the 2 controller imports on it. And then it also has the base that you can snap onto it that lets you put in real discs, which seemingly dump to it. I don't think they read from it live, but I'm excited about that because I think the FPGA stuff is really cool to plug in your real hardware to and use on old CRTs and stuff like that. So I'm very excited for the Superstation 1. That's one that I pre-ordered, and I will hopefully be able to show that sometime soon. So yeah, that's the one I'll be like next most interested in. And then hopefully Analogue puts out some really cool updates to this. That's all I could hope for, because while I am happy with this, it definitely has its limitations, and some of them are very apparent, and some of them are like, yeah, it'd be nice to have. Theo5675 says it has Wi-Fi, they just didn't update to support it yet, LOL. Yeah, that's the weird thing too, is like it has the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi radio in here, it just hasn't been turned on. It seems very incomplete, but that's also how the Analog Pocket felt for a while, that it just didn't have some of those features. And they, I feel like, are not very upfront about like, these things will all be work in progress. I'm going to switch my output real quick because I think I'm on, yeah, let me switch. Okay, so Lego Racers here, and let's do just a single race and see what this is like. So this is one, yeah, this feels extremely sluggish. I feel like I was always really excited about Lego games as a kid, and none of them fully lived up to the potential that I thought they had, which may have been too high of a wish for something just like incredible. This one is cool because you can like build your carts and everything in it. I haven't played a ton of it, but yeah, I got a lot of kart racers for this console that I haven't spent nearly enough time with, but. And I think this also has, yeah, you build up, like, kind of like Diddy Kong Racing, which is really the only metric I have for these, like, combining powers, that you can stack things up. I guess Modern Nation Racers also did something like this, which might have been my first experience with it, because I didn't play Diddy Kong as a child. But it does feel like this kart feels pretty sluggish. I can feel slowdown around some of these curves, so this one hopefully gets a nice benefit from the overclock. And then I guess next we can play maybe not a racing game. I've just been pulling up a lot of just racing, but hey, they're quick to show because I can just do one or a couple laps and then move on. Oh yeah, and this unlock, like I could have taken that shortcut over there now that's been opened up to do that. There we go, and I hurt myself. Good. But this one, like I feel when I turn the stick, there is a delay before my cart. It feels like things are sluggish on this one. Is this a bad barrel? Nope, that's okay. Oh, a magic one. Does this just switch places with another character at this point? And it's only the white ones that increase my... Okay. Oh, no. Hey, I might get to use this power now. Oh, that takes out 3 at once? Okay, that's pretty cool. And here we go. We kind of used a shortcut. Not well. I'm still only in 2nd place. Okay. Oh, and you still get to keep your, I guess, white brick power-ups during this. Okay, so we'll let this one run. We'll switch back to the Analogue 3D, and let me switch my little monitor. Okay, and then we'll do this race and see how this feels. Not immediately better. Honestly, it still doesn't feel like incredible here. I also like you can see the edges of the blocks which contain my little fire sprites or whatever. As you turn, you can see those kind of shift, like it's just a transparent cube with this texture on the top of it, and it's kind of showing. Yeah, like that. It feels like it's really fluctuating here. Like it's super uneven with its frames. That it seems like it'll speed up for a little short burst and then go right back down. I was hoping that this would be like super smooth compared to normal, because you could definitely feel that it was slower. But yeah, this one where you can feel the overclock is trying to help with some things, but it is not fully smoothing out everything in this game. It almost makes me want to check. Like it feels like the overclock isn't even on because it's so inconsistent with how this feels. I am racing slightly better, but that's just, I think, because I am learning the course a little bit more. And let me see if I can get something actually like offensive to. Oh, come on. An actual like attack weapon here. Get this. Get it red. And then grapple in. I like the idea of the grapple hook, except I just smash into the back. And I did not turn the volume on for this one. And there we go. I'm remembering things as I go. Okay. There's your volume. But yeah, this one does not feel like it's a huge improvement. It feels like it's just made it. Like the other one was running at a low frame rate the entire time, and this fluctuates in a way that almost makes it a little harder to control in some places. So that's a little disappointing. Like some areas look really smooth, but it is not the huge improvement I was hoping for here. Okay. And there we go, finish. We'll go back to the split. Oh, this just started another race on this one to the side, so we can't do both of them side by side. But yeah, there's Lego Racers comparison there. That doesn't feel like it's a huge improvement on either. Here, I'm gonna quit the cartridge just to go confirm that I did in fact set this up. Yep. Overclock unleashed. Not a huge improvement on that one. Okay, next one. We'll take this out, Lego Racers. Let's see. Warhawk Gamer says, I want to see some gameplay for the Superstation, and I'm curious if it's able to play ROMs. Yes, Takiyudon hasn't released I don't think a big video about the Superstation 1 yet, but on, I think, Blue Sky or Twitter, I don't know where they're posting, he has shown some video of the Superstation 1, especially because it has some menus. But it is just a mister with a nice front end, I guess you'd call it a core at that point, with a nice front end added to it. So it is just a mister. You can put anything on it, and it will play more than PlayStation 1 stuff. Like, it will play any mister core that the mister is capable of, because it is just a mister with a bunch of extra stuff added onto it, because it has, I believe, composite output, S-video output, and component output all in the machine. So you can get it, and HDMI. So you can output it in all these ways at the same time, which I was impressed by. And then you can also plug PlayStation 1 controllers into it or use the USB to do either snack adapters that let you plug in N64 or other controllers, or you can hook up USB controllers, Bluetooth controllers, whatever else. So to me, that one seems great for people who are hesitant to get into Mister because of a learning curve, and this kind of simplifies things. So I'm really excited to see that. I'm not sure if the M64 will be similar, but the fact that they're kind of breaking out another core seems a little odd to me. That I don't know if it's just fully still a Mister under the hood or something different. Let's see. I'll go back to the split view. And what I'm going to pull up is Cruis'n USA. Okay, I'm about to pull this up, but let me configure all this stuff first. So clean view, integer, hardware, and then we do unleashed. Okay. And then I'm going to hit the button here and here. That was a bit of a delay there, but we'll let them sync up. Let's see. Theo, especially since Palmer Lucky never released it for Xmas like he said he would. Yeah, I didn't know that was a deadline for it. I had seen that, like, I guess they'd showed off the console on some schedule, maybe over Thanksgiving, and I didn't know there was some other deadline. Let's see. Unholy Avenger says Automobili and Lamborghini is your favorite racing game. I think I have that one loaded up on here on the summer card. So I'll have to do that when I just switch to Analogue 3D. Okay, we're pressing start to continue. We're pressing start to continue. Yeah, there's only one controller in the... Yeah, I want to continue on the N64, maybe. Maybe I need to reset. Maybe that messed up there. Okay, back to Cruis'n USA. We'll see. If not, we'll just switch the carts between. I'm just using the summer cart to hopefully make it a little simpler. Okay. It seems to be freezing with the summer cart there. So let me just put the real cartridge in for this example. Hopefully we're gonna get past this. Oh, I could just put the summer card over here too and see. It may just, maybe my backup is bad for that one. Okay, clean. Not stretch. Original. And unleashed. So let's see. We'll just switch these. We'll do summer cart in the 64 or the analog. Let's see. Unholy Avenger did not buy Analog 64 waiting for M64. Yeah. Reggie Fils-Aimé endorses M64. I don't know what that changes for Reggie to say something about the M64. Cruis'n USA. Because I don't know if Reggie Fils-Aimé is like an emulation source for people. I don't know what if that's something people go off of, but the thing I'm excited about for the Superstation 1 is because it is just a Mister, and the Mister project is incredible, and it plays so much stuff well, and the M64 is piggybacking off of all the Mister stuff to make a console that accepts real cartridges. The Superstation 1 will accept real discs. We'll still wait to see when that comes out because that's not at its launch. But I like the idea of at least having all the outputs, inputs, and controller inputs hooked up in there. So you can plug a PlayStation controller straight into it and play PlayStation games, output through all these different analog or digital outputs, and then it is still a Mister under the hood, so you can use all the normal Mister cores. That seems very cool to me. And the disc add-on will be interesting, the like dock that they have for the Superstation, so we'll wait and see what that's like. But I'll definitely be showing that one off. That one I'm very excited to see. And we're just gonna try to go past here and get towards a... No, why would we... Yeah, start a new race. I guess this one did have some save on it. Okay. Here's automatic. Because I don't really know how to play this game. Oh, that's cool. You just come out of the garage right there. Okay, can I pause? Yeah, let's pause and let's go to just the N64 for this footage. Let's see. There is some like trash at the top of the screen. This is also a nice thing, like the retro tank is really nice because I can cut off stuff like this, which is helpful. If I need to, but let's see, what did it go to? Like 12. And so there to cut off some of that extra stuff. I can also do, which is nice. This is like the retro tank is so nice because I can go in and do things to like full cockpit in and have it kind of automatically try to do things. It works for so many consoles. It's really, really cool. But it is very expensive. It's just if you have a bunch of consoles, that is another thing that comes into this equation. Is if you have a bunch of consoles, a retro tank is really nice to upscale all of them versus one console per individuals. But yeah. Okay. Okay, I've got my individual monitor switched over to the plain N64, and we will return to the race here. Oh, yeah, I was going to ask. The Unholy Avenger said EverDrive X5 does not work perfectly on Analogue 64, so I will wait for a firmware update or the M64, whichever comes first. I'm interested because I thought that Crix had put out an update for the EverDrives to work on Analogue 3D, but you had to update them with, I think it was mentioned at the very top of this chat even, that Don Ron said that they had an EverDrive X7 updated and ready for the Analogue 3D. So I thought that was out, but is that not an update for the EverDrive X5 yet? Or did the update that Crix put out not fully fix it for your X5, Unholy Avenger? I'd be interested to hear what's going on there. Ghibli Nova, nice setup. Thank you. I hope the Superstation comes out in a Saturn variant. The Saturn controllers are so much better. That is the nice thing about the... I'd have to run upstairs to grab it. But because it's a Mister under the hood on the Superstation, is you can get... oh, I'm blanking on what the name of them... it's completely slipped me by. But there is a thing that looks like USB on the... here, I can race while I talk about this. Okay, here we go. So this is on the original N64. So yeah, it would be nice for there to be a Saturn variant and like different console variants of the Superstation 1, because out of the box it does only support PlayStation controllers directly, but you can get adapters for the Mister that lets you plug in any type of controller. Like I have a controller adapter for my Mister that lets me plug in a Saturn controller and use the 3D controller or their plane controller or anything with the Saturn. I've also got those adapters to plug in PlayStation 1, N64, like all of that. That's the thing I kind of like about the Analogue 3D is because it has all those ports built in. So yeah, it would be really cool to see a Saturn variant so that like the Superstation 1 or the Analogue 3D, you could plug in your controllers and never have to plug in an adapter and do that. But it is nice that the Superstation 1 can do that. Like I can plug in my existing adapters I have for the Mister into the Superstation 1 and use my Saturn controllers to play Saturn games. It's just extra cables. But yeah, I'd love for there to just be separate shells of like, hey, instead of getting an adapter, get the Superstation 1 Saturn, the Superstation 1 PlayStation. And those would be like, what's the primary thing I'm going to play on this? Let me make sure the primary thing I'm going to play on it has those ports built in. Would be really, really cool to see. But it is nice that it still supports that stuff out of the box. Like all the Mr. stuff should still work fine on it, which the Mr. already supports real analog controllers being plugged in to the port that I don't remember the name of to work in there, which is really nice and cool. And part of the reason I'm excited about that, because while I like my Mr., it's kind of a pain with cables, and I'm excited to just plug in a PlayStation controller and play a bunch of PlayStation games on it and bring it around like the Analogue 3D, like something I just plug in and hopefully it just works easily with a nice interface and everything there. I'm playing this game horribly. Let's see, Theo5675 says, I'm shocked he did since Nintendo is against emulation. I assume you're talking about Reggie Fils-Aimé. I mean, he's not at Nintendo anymore, so I guess he just says whatever he wants now. So maybe that's why he's saying that stuff, or someone's paying him to say that stuff. I don't know. I wonder if he just completely is not interested in having a relationship with Nintendo, because they definitely wouldn't love him saying that stuff. Okay. This seemed fine. I did have a lot of control, like problem controlling my car, but that was purely me. There was a little slowdown around some curves, but it didn't seem too bad. It still seemed like it controlled like fairly well. I guess the thing I should check for, let me actually, before we do this, there's no like high-res mode or something special that I need to... Game pack. There just don't seem to be any... Okay. Controller setup, difficulty ramp, and... Okay. Yeah, there's not really anything special in this that I need to do. Let's see. Unholy Avenger says, waiting for Analogue to update the firmware. I shouldn't have to update EverDrive. It should just work. I agree. I think that is something that if the Analogue 3D is saying that it should support stuff out of the box. Granted, their site is very tricky, saying it only supports original cartridges. That it seems like they knew that the EverDrive had an issue and just they had like specifically worded that out. But yeah, I would think it is annoying to me that the stuff that works on the original console does not work on here, even if it is stuff, you know, that is, you know, secondhand, a third party, you know, developer has made this for the N64 and bypasses stuff. I would still think that stuff should work out of the box, and that would be like a priority, but it's a little unfortunate. Let's see. Unholy Avenger also. Oh, and Vanuk W, I don't know, or Vanuk W, says it's a snack. Yeah, the snack adapter is what the Mister uses to take basically the digital or what analog input from those classic controllers and attach it to the Mister, and it bypasses any of the like USB polling rate or anything like that to just go straight signal to signal to the Mister to be as accurate and like as quick as possible. So that seems very cool. That's what I've played all my stuff on Mister on, is those snack adapters to hook up my real controllers to it, and it feels great, works great. It's just really cool that they're keeping that alive. I was worried the Superstation would kind of cut that out. Let me switch my video feed over. Okay, here we go. So I now have my little monitor switched to this, and so this is Analogue 3D, overclocked, and yeah, Vinuk, thank you for reminding me of snack, because that was on the tip of my tongue and lost. You also say I'm out of control with my driving. Yeah, that's very true. Let's see if I can do any better here. Oh, it is not what I expected to accelerate. Maybe the controls were changed on this one. I am driving better, but is it because I'm not talking that I'm I'm more focused on this? And here's your volume for this one. Okay, yep, and the second I reached for that, I crashed horribly into the car. This does, oh my gosh. You can tell I've almost never played this game in my life, and that's why I'm doing so poorly on this. Okay. Here we go. And just smash into the car. I guess I didn't realize that Cruis'n had so much traffic that you had to contest with on here. And my limited pixels that I can see ahead of me make it really hard to miss this oncoming traffic. And it feels pretty smooth on here. Especially knocking stuff out of the way in like the crashes. It seems like it may be a little smoother. It doesn't seem like complete night and day, but we'll do a little side by side in here, of course. Anytime around these corners, I need to be in my in my lane. Okay, I'm not gonna catch up. There's no way I managed to do this. I should probably be braking around corners, huh? Is this not a drifting, or I just don't know how to drift? Probably the second one. Let's see. Unholy Avenger says 64% chance I will buy the Superstation 1. Not only should the EverDrive work, but the menu should recognize it, and the summer card in the menus with the proper title. Yeah, I would wonder how that works. The EverDrives I could understand, because I would assume that Crix has a specific like number encoded in there. But I wonder with how many, like, the summer card is open source. People manufacture their own boards. Is there any difference in how the N64 sees summer card from one manufacturer to the other? I don't know if that would be hard to like nail down. It just seems like if I was making something like this, which I cannot, and I do not have the ability to do, I would definitely be, I would be very aware that, hey, there is a, you know, non-zero chance that people are gonna want to, yeah, we can do continue, go on here, that people are gonna want to run these through a flash card of some sort. So it's strange to me that that was not done out of the box. Like it, I don't even know if it seems like a oversight or just like a, oh, that explains it. These have two different control schemes. That's why I was like so terribly bad on here. But here's the two of these of me just accelerating into a wall to see, you know, what these look like. Yeah, the frame rate is worlds better on the analog. You can see just how choppy it gets in the town over there, and I think these might be on different race courses, but still, you can see a big difference in how smoothly the stuff on the sides goes by. I will say in gameplay, it didn't feel that bad. It still felt very controllable. Not that I was controlling it well, because I was talking and I was focused on trying to remember the word snack. I couldn't remember. But yeah, the Analog 3D is way smoother on this one. And I'm sure in later races where you really need to be like hyper accurate, this would make a huge difference to be able to play here. Because yeah, the N64 looks like a slideshow to the side there. That's really surprising. And let's see, we had Theo says it's a 90s game. That's just how these 90s games were. Cruis'n USA is my classic childhood game. Yeah, it seems fun. I just seem really bad at it, but I do like the mixture of, it seems like it is semi-realistic, like it's not some futuristic racer, but I'm still knocking cars into the sky when I go by them. It doesn't seem like there's like some wild drift and everything. Like this seems like a very fun mix of stuff. I also do like how wild my car goes when I get into a wreck, which I assume is there for the what it looked like in the arcades when it was the 2D variant of this. Isn't that right? There was the 2D one. I'm probably way off on my Cruis'n history here, but there we go. There's the cone. You shouldn't compare the second race to the first because it runs worse than all the other races. Yeah, old school. I'll go if I can get past it. Let me see. Do I have to complete this race to go on? Let me see. Because I can go on the Mr. one, or not Mr., but Analog 3D and see if I can get to the second race. So I guess my N64 actually has the second race unlocked here, and I need to do better. Let's see if I can do this. See if we can get past. Yeah, Old X Cool said that you shouldn't compare the second race to the first because the second runs way worse. And no, is this... What am I doing? Okay, game pack here. Resume from Golden Gate Park. So I guess I have to beat this race to move on to the next one. That's what I was doing. Sorry, even the menus in this game are confusing me just because this is the first time I think I've ever booted up this game. And let me switch because I think I have the volume for that other one on. There we go. Now we're on the analog 3D output, and that should be a little more synced up to what I'm actually doing in here. And let's try to focus. Let's get first. Let's go to the second race, and let's compare them, because I don't think I did well. I think I ended that out on the N64, so we can at least do this side by side. But yeah, if the second race is a good comparison of just like, hey, this ran like trash, then that seems great to put side by side. Especially if this is a much smoother race on the original N64 anyways. I guess this has, you know, not as many buildings and things in there to slow it down. Maybe that's a reason why it gets so slow on there. I had seen that some people, speaking of the Superstation 1, had gotten their shipping notifications. I have not received that yet, so I don't know when that thing's coming, but I will definitely be doing a live stream of that whenever that comes out, because I'm very excited to see it and compare it. Because I had got the Mr. Pi. I have a Mr. Multisystem. I did get rid of my Mr. Pi because it seemed redundant to my multisystem, which had more options in it. But it was very compact and seemed like a good version of the Mister. I had no issues with it. It just seemed a little redundant. But the Superstation having a bunch of inputs and outputs built in seems super handy, and I'm very excited to see that. But it was also one that was kind of aimed for the beginning or end of the year and did not make it for that. Okay, first place. Hopefully we'll get to the second race, and then on the... If I do continue on this... Okay, Golden Gate completed. Okay. The question is, can I try to control these at the same time? Is this going to be a disaster? Probably. Also, I'm going to be playing through the stream preview for... Oh. Yeah, this is going to be... let's see. Return to race. Okay, and then this one, I am steering this way, and this one I'm steering this way. How is this? Is this good footage for y'all? It's definitely smoother on the Analog 3D. I will say it is noticeably slower than the last level. But it is smoother, that's for sure. If I can get past this car. It is not like the N64 accelerator is set to A, and on the Analog 3D, which might be the default, accelerator is set to the Z button. So it's very, very confusing to steer both of these, and I feel like I'm doing a Monster Hunter PSP claw grip to get this working. I was about to say I was kind of controlling these okay, and then I keep crashing. But yeah, there's your side-by-side comparison of these. And it seems like everything's slow, but the Analog 3D does make things at least somewhat smooth. It's just nowhere near as smooth as the first level there, where there was a lot less going on. And then I wonder, as things get more... Like, does the Analog 3D ever get maxed out here that it just can't give you a consistent frame rate? But yeah, there's your second level compared there. Truly, like, the N64 is rough on here. I'm just going to go to the view of this to see what this looks like up close here. Yeah, I just hardly can't look away from those buildings because it's so, ooh, so stuttery as you go by these. And I've lost that race. Nice. Okay. When did Cruis'n USA release? Othello 5675 said, or sorry, Theo. I read the ad as an O. 2D question mark. I don't know. I was only like 6 years old when Cruis'n USA released, and now I'm old. I also might be thinking of Outrun. I'm probably just mixing up my old racing games. That's probably the most likely scenario here. Okay, top-down view. We are going to turn off the N64. We will not turn off the Analogue 3D because it doesn't like being turned off. And that's Cruis'n done. And let's see. Boy, you know, most of the games that I have that have not been played so far are all racing games. Okay, here's one. Silicon Valley, or sorry, Space Station Silicon Valley. Let's see how this goes. We will turn, actually, I'll do the split view for both of these side by side. So let's go to the A3D, quit this game. We'll do the split view on these. And I don't have the other booted up, so okay. And we're doing this one for same thing, Space Station. Oh, just Silicon Valley. Okay, I kind of started them up somewhat close together, so we can see this side by side. And I believe, I don't know if this is Digital Foundry or My Life in Gaming. They had shown some of this and said that Space Station Silicon Valley has some like visual bugs throughout, and so you will apparently still see those. Okay, let me switch my view to the N64, and I'm gonna switch my little monitor to the N64. That's with that, okay. I guess one thing to keep in mind with the N64 is that, or the Analogue 3D, I've seen some people talking about like CEC on their monitors is not fully recognizing it and switching to it and everything. So that might be a little bit of an issue on here. I know when I hooked this up to a TV recently, the TV was only capable of basically like max 1080p. It didn't seem to accept a 4K signal. And previously the Analogue 3D was in 4K mode. And when I turned it on, it didn't switch out to 1080p. So I had to plug it into a capture card and view it through the preview on my PC. And then switch it. There didn't seem like, I don't know, like I feel like on most consoles you hold the power button for a bit and you can reset the display options to get it to revert back to what it originally was, but I didn't see that with the Analog 3D. So that was kind of an annoying little bug on there that is like, even with the RetroTink, I can get something to display at any resolution, easily switch it without having a preview on the screen. But it kind of locked me in on the Analogue 3D that it was like, well, you told me to display at 4K. If the TV can't accept it, I'm not going to bounce around to see, like, even the Nintendo Switch has a confirmation of if you set it at 4K, it'll try it for a few seconds and let you confirm and then kind of back out. So that's just more things that, like, I would love for them to fix OS level stuff on this and make it kind of work better on here. Let's see. Let's turn this one down, but I'll get the Analogue 3D into this cutscene at least so we can have that ready to go on the beginning here. Let's see, Warhawk Gamer, you know the company who made this game ended up becoming Rockstar. Yeah, that's the only reason I own this game, because I'd seen that fun fact and was like, that seems really cool. Let me check out this game. And the more I saw of it, it's like, oh, this is almost like a Cappy type game where you were controlling creatures and then, you know, they have different features and abilities when you're controlling them. It seemed very interesting. I have not played much of it though. Because I think we saw it in the intro there, but this is DMA Designs, which then through some way became Rockstar. I even read the little Grand Theft Auto biography semi-recently, and I forget all the ins and outs of like what exact team worked on this versus worked on that, but the companies did become the other companies, so that's really cool to see. I just don't know if like this one in the credits, does it say the Hauser brothers specifically worked on Space Station Silicon Valley, or was it like the teams within them? Those are the details I don't remember. Okay, so we're getting our first playable portion here. And we'll just let the Analogue 3D go off in the background. We'll switch to N64. And okay, we're gonna get some energy and get a sheep. I do really like this squash and stretch, very fun. And it seems like I do have a like kind of headbutt. This almost, the way these things move, it almost reminds me of like Spore, that there's like a type of control applied to all characters to make them like easy to animate. I've got camera controls, and it said get me a sheep. How do I detach my, because I think I can detach the little microchip. I guess I have to get energy first. So, okay, here's some energy. Objective complete. I can break this stuff out. Getting these little points. Am I supposed to be attacking these sheep? Okay, R button. And then I can switch. I do like this like DNA interface here. This is very cool. All these stats too. I wonder how many of these are are real. Fall distance traction, like are these actual things happening behind the scenes, or is that half of that funny like on this Sims when it starts up? And the teleport is active. Let's see, Warhawk Gamer. I think I booted Body Harvest for a second in a previous video, but I haven't played much of it. I do remember it being an improvement. We could certainly boot it back in here and show it side by side to see the differences. But that one I also had picked up for similar reasons, over like it has a connection to Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto and seemed very interesting and like pushing ahead of its time, like a lot of the Rare games at the time. So like, yeah, that's one I had picked up for those reasons and have not played nearly enough of yet, but it's very impressive. Okay, so we've done our first one. We've done Have a Nice Day. So let's switch to the Analogue 3D. Let me switch my little view real quick. Okay, now I have my view. I am changing this to have volume so y'all can hear the volume. And yeah, this feels immediately faster. Like even the jumps, that animation feels faster. Almost in like a, this feels like it's running too fast kind of way. Okay. What are these things? I guess it didn't say because I'm just grabbing the energy, but these almost seems like they're just points. And maybe I need maybe the energy is what's actually used to be able to transfer. Also, I love that it says deactivated animal. Not, I guess, dead, or are these all robot animals? This is fine. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if this one has like major slowdown later. I didn't feel it initially. This just feels like it's running way faster, like almost sped up right now. But it's not like I was seeing a major slowdown or anything with this game, playing it on the N64. Okay, so we've done the first level on both of these. Let's do the little side-by-side. We'll start this next level, do a little side-by-side, and then head over to another game. What should we play next? I just don't know how many of these we'll see like a huge improvement, but I'd still like to compare them, if at all possible. I know one of them was, I believe there's a high-res mode and widescreen mode on 007 The World Is Not Enough. And someone had called that out, so I would like to see what that comparison is like. Okay, so here's me trying to hit the buttons as fast as possible on here to line these things up. Yeah, the the animations seem quicker on one versus the other, and this is me just trying to move through the world and keep these guys on track. Let's see, can I get you both on the bridge? I'm playing like the... Oh... This is a real test. I feel like I'm playing in 3D with how split my view is right now. I thought that was a... I thought I was playing a multiplayer game when that passed by me. Yeah, like, and maybe these are the smaller levels initially, but it's definitely faster on the Analogue 3D, but I'm not sure this is one where it's like, oh, I have to play on the Analogue because it plays so much better. This feels like, yeah, these are both fine either way you want to play them. What was my objective in here? Am I gonna like drown? Or can I just not walk up that? Is that because this animal doesn't have good traction? Mission brief. That is very cool. It switches the channels when I do this. 4 sheep into the pen. Find the mouse with wheels. Okay, please go in there. Okay. Oh, okay, so I can lock that. And where is this last sheep at? I'll go to just the Analogue 3D mode. Here we can see this. Okay, last sheep. Try to herd you up. And... okay, so this is not a bark. This is not change. And I probably need to turn this off so it doesn't like fry this sheep. And please go in the pen. Yep. Sheep secured. And then my other objective was a mouse with wheels. Oh, maybe I saw one on the hill over here. Okay, let's see that. Okay, my little lunge attack does let me swim faster in water. That's nice to know. But I am, yeah, maybe the traction stuff does come into play because I really cannot make it out of there with this animal. So let's see if we get the little mouse on wheels. Oh, there's a dog. There's something on the hill. Oh, it's a mouse. Okay. Why does it have wheels? Have I not been told that portion? Oh, whoa. This is just like a car. Teleporter active. Okay. And you can go even faster? Yeah, this seems really cool. It seems like a fun game. Let's go back to the split. Can I get the mouse on this mode? Back to the N64. Okay, yeah. It's a little more sluggish. I can definitely feel that now after playing on the other one. But again, this doesn't seem like one where you need the super fast speed. It just seems, you know, nice to have. This is another nice to have, not need to have. This is a want, not a need. Let's try to get y'all in the pin. Not like that. Please don't come down the hill. Let's just go in here. I have a friend that was very into this game, and I'm interested to hear what other like objectives happen later on in this one. Because I love the idea of switching these animals and getting like all these different powers and everything. Again, it feels very Mario Odyssey-like. That's my closest comparison here. But it seems like there's just more you do with each creature. Oh right, I have a sprint. Okay. Mouse. I'll switch my chip. I'll get the mouse. Racing mouse. Environment Europe. Okay. Water resistance poor. I wonder, does this one drown if I get it in the water? Like, or some do not work in there? This also does make me excited for like... Okay, yeah, teleport is active. Yeah, what other creatures do you unlock through this game? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, so some are completely... You may need to cross the water with one character versus something else. Oh, and do I get to... Okay, like ramp off of this to complete the level to go to the teleporter? That's cool. Okay, let's go to the split view and let's work our way around to that. Oh no, no. The split, I'm playing this off the wrong monitor anyways. That's why I'm bad at this. There we go. That seems really cool. Again, I'll label this one as a want, not a need. This is not a needed performance improvement, it's just a nice one. Okay, let's quit this back to the main menu. Let's go back to our top-down view. Space Station Silicon Valley done. Here's the stack of games to the side of ones we've moved on from. Okay. What did I say? World is not enough. Let's do that. I need to switch this as well. So let's do the split. Turn that on. And here's some world is not enough. Let's see. I'll want to turn down. I'll just do the N64 volume for now. And then let's see if we can... Okay, start... Oh, right. I should go into the options. Graphics. Video mode. High color. I guess. And then widescreen. Advanced controls. No. Okay, so we're in high color. We'll do this first courier mission, and then let's see over here. Options. No, graphics. High color. Aspect widescreen. So we should see more, which would tank the frame rate even more. That would be the hope. And then we'll... I'm trying to hit these all at the same time. I don't know if it'll work. Okay. Rumble packs. Let's see these side by side. And let's see. All the audio is coming from the N64, so you hear a slight delay there. If there is audio at all at this point. Let me see if I turn on the...
Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you?
The name's Bond. James
Okay,
Bond.
you're getting some... There, we get
Mr.
analog
Bond,
3D
we have
audio.
a safety deposit box waiting for you.
Wait, is the starting person randomly generated? It's like a different woman on each of these modes? That's interesting. Okay, let's see. The other thing we need to do is display mode here. we'll do, I guess, stretch, because that would be... Oh no. Can I restart? Okay. Restart level. B is yes in that instance. That's extremely confusing to me. And let's see. So we're in the stretch mode on here, so I need to change my...
James Bond.
Mr. Bond.
let's go to the N64. I need to change this so that it is... I guess 16 by 9, that would be the closest. And then... See, this is the thing that I think is beneficial, is if you are doing stuff with the Analogue 3D, if we do the split here, I don't have to do, it's just like one menu option and I can change that really quickly, which is really nice. Like, it is a console dedicated to N64 stuff. All the settings are dedicated to N64 stuff. If you're doing it through a RetroTink, you have to mess with settings. If you're doing it with the mystery, you have to mess with settings. So I do think there is a nice reason to have, you know, a kind of plug and play easy console like that. That seems nice to me, to have something you just don't have to tinker with. But it'll depend on the person on whether or not they want to mess with this or not. Seems like this game is extremely quiet. Let's see, and we'll go turn this one up a little bit too, so we can hopefully get that. Okay, let me switch to N64 and then switch my view to this as well. Okay, so N64, and yes, I do have some garbage on the screen because I didn't do this trim all the way in, but you can do this. Like, this is the dialing in. Like, I would save this as a profile in the RetroTink 4K, and then it would be available to use in the future when I do these games, and that's cool. But it is something you have to set up. It's something you set up once, and it's really nice because then I just go to the profile, but there's no like auto detection of the game and applying a profile to it. So there's that, and then I can go in and I can save this as a new profile. There we go. And I should switch this to where it is spitting out like it should. Autofill integer. These are the little the little things which you have to set up on your own. Okay. So, oh wow. You know what? Here's a great comparison. We don't even need to go to a different area. Let me just turn the camera.
Mr. Bond.
That's me
We have a
just
safety
stick at
deposit
full
box
speed
waiting
here.
for
Let's
you.
aim back forward.
Mr. Bond. We
Sorry,
have
I'm a little
safety
delayed
deposit
in the
box
stream
waiting for
view.
you.
And then I'm just going to do a slow pan, like as a little bit of movement, try to get these synced up. There's your overclock unleashed versus the N64.
Mr. Bond. We have a safety deposit box waiting for you.
There's a great comparison of what this looks like. Wow, that's so smooth on the analog. That's really nice. Okay. Let's see if we can get into
Good
like
afternoon.
a little gunfight and see what that looks like. Okay, so this should be my box, right? Because I played this little thing. I have this. And then that's my strafe. Was it the D-pad that? No. Unarmed, watch stunner. Do I have to go change, like, is gadgets appointment card? Z button to use gadgets, okay. And how would I stand up? Okay, there we go. Whoa. Yeah, this is pretty rough.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
Okay, hold A button and press B to cycle gadgets. I've given my card. We're making it through here.
Excuse me, sir. Please remove your firearm.
Okay. As far as I remember, this becomes a shootout very quickly.
I retrieved the money. No doubt Sir Robert will be pleased to see it again.
I didn't come just for the money. The report you sold King was stolen from an MI6 agent who was killed for it. I want to know who killed him.
I'm just the middleman. Take the money.
Your last chance. Give me a name.
You still
How's
threaten
that
me,
volume? That seems like it's
even
a
without your weapon.
little loud. We'll turn that down now that things are happening. Okay. Yeah, that turning is really... That's the showcase, isn't it? Like, it feels on par for an N64 game. This doesn't feel out of the ordinary with, like, GoldenEye or Perfect Dark. Oh, nope. Thank goodness I didn't. Thank goodness I can't aim. Okay. Oh. Ammo collected. Okay. Oh, these are all just closets. Wow. You can actually go into the... Like, closet doors open? That's some detail I didn't expect from this. Nope. Open this door. Look at the beautiful city out here. Okay. That should give an idea. I probably had to take out an enemy that has a swipe card, I would assume. Or find one in the level. Okay. Let's switch over to the Analogue 3D. Let me switch my view, because I think this shootout will be the best example, and then we can move on. Because I have shown a little bit of this game, but I just didn't show it in the high-res mode. Let's see. Analogue 3D. Okay, now I have my nice view. Yeah, and that one's staying. So okay. Analogue 3D, and I guess I'll turn this up for a little bit for right now because there's just like such low audio. Okay. This is so much smoother just immediately. Well, I'm interested to see if the firefight if it chugs some. But this is one. Honestly, it seems like a lot of the first-person games are where things really help. Okay. Here's my appointment card. Going out here to give it to this helpful security guard. Can I skip this cutscene? Oh yeah, I can. Crack safe. Obtain swipe card. I didn't immediately see where the safe was. Yeah, this runs so smooth. Okay. Can you get into that door? Uh-oh. Come on. Okay. How do I switch the weapons, though? Okay, here you go. Right, there was nobody in here. This was a swipe card door, so let's go back to where we were. And we'll see if we can just show more of this. A little chug around that corner. It's definitely not free. But it is, oh, worlds better. Okay. There we go. Should be a person here as well. Yep. This lives in the now smooth and really playable halls of Perfect Dark and GoldenEye. That they just run so much better with this overclock on. I've also seen that there are mods or ROM hacks for Perfect Dark that is like higher res texture packs and performance improvements and stuff. So there may be like hacky ways to get around it to improve some of this stuff, but just out of the box, very impressive to see this stuff run so smooth in comparison. Let's see if we go out of the split mode here, we can get another beautiful side by side. Let me go to the same point in this hallway if I can. And get another wonderful chuggy comparison. Yep, there you go. There's your there's your N64 and Analog 3D comparison there. Okay, let's see. Another one we should do. Turn this off. World is not enough is done. I thought we did everything in Jet Force Gemini. Let me check my notes because I thought someone had said that I'd missed something on it, but I don't seem to have it written down. Was it that there was a high res mode in one of these and I didn't try it next time? I really don't have it written down, so I don't remember. Is there a high res mode in Jet Force Gemini that I'm just not aware of? Let's go N64. Oh, and I need to change the... Okay, options. So widescreen on. Maybe it was just that people wanted widescreen mode on. That must have been it, because I don't see any high res other than that the expansion pack is in here. It's really dark too. I'm surprised by that. Oh, if we go back to options screen, do we see more of the edge of the screen? Seems really dark. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this is the full playtime of here. Let's see if we can just load this. Hopefully it's past the cutscene. Juno, let's go to the split view on this. Quick cartridge, we're going to treat this as widescreen mode as well, so we won't change these settings. Jet. Oh, I passed it quite a long time ago. And we will go make sure that the widescreen mode is turned on for this. I guess I should have clued in. I guess I didn't do this first time, that it's presented in widescreen. So it seems like I should have been aware. I have both of these playing at the same time. Sorry, that is probably too loud. AverMedia. Okay. Options. Widescreen on. Okay, and here's Juno. Hey, that the rotating synced up like pretty well there. These look pretty close. So I guess I've got the scaling right on these. I hope so. And I'm going to try to hit the A button at the same time to keep these synced up, but I don't know how accurate that will be. Probably not that accurate. I'm trying to hit them both at the same time. And this one's playing a cutscene which means that it probably just is one I haven't played before. We'll let the other one sit here for a second on the real N64. And I know there are ways to, like, you can zoom it in, but I honestly don't want to mess with the RetroTink settings just yet. We can see if we... I don't want to cut off too much. I'd like to, you know, show the edges of the screen more than this if possible. Okay, let's see. Analog 3D is back here, so I assume... Okay. Yeah. I wonder where this left off at. No. Don't show me the whole menu. Let's just see if this gets us to the same spot. I don't remember if this got us to the first level or what. It does not get us to the first level. Where are we? Oh, right. I think it's through here. I hope this is on the first. Otherwise, this is going to be so out of sync. Because I have to do this target practice. It's what we've done before. Okay. Okay. Through here. And are we at the same tree? Hopefully. Hopefully we'll be at the same tree shortly. I get it. I got it. Okay. Really waiting for these cutscenes to play through. And then hopefully, it seems like the same tree. It seems like we'll be in the same spot once this loads in. I hope. With a lot of explanation of what we're up to here. This one did seem like it was smoother, but before we were just comparing. When I did this before, it was the N64 like Force hardware mode that's in the Analog 3D, and not on the actual N64 itself. Which again, there have been better comparisons than mine that are showing the actual like differences between those. Mine's just more of a, you know, a bird's eye view of what this stuff looks like, because I'm interested to see it in person, and that's why it's set up like this. Okay, so here are the two side by side. I wonder if I just move, how apparent will this be? Is one of these just more zoomed in than the other? How do I change the view here? Let's see. Because I feel like one of these is definitely... Oh, maybe it's because I was aiming with that one? What I want to see that nice control stick, let's spin the camera comparison. There you go. Look at the smoothness. But it still seems like there might be a little bit of a stutter or slowdown on the Analog 3D just as you get going there, but overall, like, that is a world of difference in a game like this. Okay, so real N64. Let's go attack some bugs. Let's not lay down. No, because I don't want to take out those. Those are my friends. I can rescue you, right? There we go. I'm just missing where you are. Are you on a log or something here and I'm just not aware? Okay, this is a friend. There we go. Rescued. Yeah, I mean, just the camera move, I feel like is a great example by itself of just, hey, here's the smoothness that you get by giving this console a little more performance. I will still be very oh right, inverted. I just wonder how much overhead we already had. Like, is there still more that they can get out of this console as they make updates to it, or is this kind of the maximum that they can get? And how close is the Mr. Turbo Core? Again, it seemed like in some cases it was like neck and neck. Sometimes one was ahead of the other. But theoretically, you know, this is a more powerful core than the Mr., so it should be able to achieve even higher frame rates, I would think, just like in my very basic understanding of this. So I hope we do see cool new updates. That would be very impressive to see. But yeah, let's oh right. These are bad robots. There we go. Here's my horrible aiming. And going through these tunnels, you're getting a lot of panning of the camera, which seems like it might be the best visual test. Ooh, and some chugging slowdown there as we enter a room with more stuff going on, like water. Okay, and I didn't attack that, so that's great. I am, so far, I think. Oh no. Okay, come on. 2 left to find in this level, but I am, oh, okay. They are littered in this cave. They know what they're trying to do. Trying to make me slip up, but good news is I'm such a bad aim, I am missing everyone, including the friends I'm supposed to be saving. Okay. I feel like we've seen some dips, enough to switch over to the Analogue 3D. And let's make it to those same caves. I mean, yeah, it's just, it looks so nice. And I guess I haven't tested, when I get that like highlight on them, am I fully like locked on? Can I let go of it? Or is that just letting me know that I'm aiming in the right direction? I think it's kind of just, I'm in like a range there. Like I've got some wiggle room that I guess I don't have to be completely aimed towards them, but I can be most of the way there and they still count it. The hip fire is like pretty good though. I don't see a lot of reason to not use that for anyone that's eye level. Seems like I only need this for when I'm aiming at things above me. And I'm just bad at the inverted aim. Was there a setting to change it? Maybe. Let's go in here. Let's show off some of the caves. But yeah, I've not noticed any of the chugging while turning. Even that explosion, that was pretty pain-free. Oh, and right, you need some volume for this, don't you? That'd be nice to hear. There you go. There we go. Okay. Wow, when they're on the ground, you're kind of stuck in watching the horror, aren't you? Just so much smoother through these tunnels. Can I just, like, rescue everyone? Because I feel like I I barely saved everybody last time. And it was pure luck that I didn't hit anybody. Yeah. There you go. Most, it's still not, like, there's some areas here that feel like it's slowing down. But really improved. Seemingly any game that has a reticle, you see a big improvement from, huh? Still dips, but way better than it was before. And this is only the first level. I don't know if stuff gets more complicated towards the end to where this isn't really representative, or maybe it can't keep up with stuff late in the game, but still really impressive so far. Okay. Perfect timing for me to be taken out there. Okay. That's the two of those side by side. What else do we need to do? I don't know if these others will see like a huge benefit, but it's still probably good to show them. I know this one's not going to run super well. Turok Rage Wars, let's try that. So, Turok Rage Wars, let's see how that runs on this. Turn this off. We're done with Jet Force Gemini. Put it on the stack. Turok. Let me go to the split here and boot this up. Okay, so here we come to another setup step where we need to go back. Well, I guess, does Turok have a widescreen mode? I don't know if it does. So we'll go back to the default settings on here. No, not low D. No. Okay, that should be my sharp input. And then I will go in and I will say you want this to be 1080p. This is the setup that Analogue 3 does it for you, which is nice. But I get so many more options out of the RetroTink, and I get the nice, yeah, I think that went to the right thing. I just need to view this on my N64 only mode. But I still don't get the nice interlace without the RetroTink, so that's a benefit. Okay, all that should be fine. So there's N64. We'll start it to Turok. We'll go back to our split view. We will quit this game over here. And we're still in Unleashed. We will not stretch it. We'll do original, and then we'll do Rage Wars. And this is the one that's like it's almost like this is Unreal Tournament in comparison to Unreal. It seems like it's like a multiplayer only version of this. There are bots and stuff that you fight against, like seemingly a tournament type of thing, but this was an odd one to me. I thought this was just going to be like a spin-off story or something, but it doesn't seem to be as far as I played. I haven't played much of it, but it seems to be kind of just a multiplayer expansion. It makes me wonder if this was cheaper at the time. Wow, it's really dark though, at least on this footage. What options do we have? Okay, so we do have high res. Okay, yeah, and one-person trials. There's also, I guess there's the co-op trials. That's cool to see. Here, and we'll also go, nope, not that. High res mode, okay. And trials. And this, I don't know if this is in the right scale mode. Yeah, that's proportional, but we want integer. How's that? Does that look better in split? No, it still seems like it's... I'm seeing way more of the image here. This is all, like, the auto mode on here is pretty good, but sometimes it just doesn't, like, there's garbage stuff on the top or the bottom of the image, so it won't cut off that stuff, which means you get like a little bit of a off on some of the trimming here and have to dial it in a little bit more and kind of play some by just eyesight. There are some really nice built-in features with the Mister itself that the RetroTink can kind of detect some things for you, which is really nice to see. But obviously we're not doing the Mister today. So we'll do that. That seems pretty close. And then we need to make sure that this is not proportional. But we want integer, and that should bring these closer together when we do split view. There we go. That's a little closer. Okay, let's do one player trials. Create new player, no. That's fine. We'll go over and hit OK. New game. We'll just be Turok himself. And we'll start at the beginning. Okay. The fly-through should give us some impression of what this looks like. Just to compare the two. Okay. I think this will keep rotating like this. So let me switch my little monitor. Oh, it won't. It will pause. Okay. We're going to pause both of these. I'm going to switch my view to just N64. And now that we're just on N64, I can try to play some of this and see what we can do here. Not the worst feeling turning. This feels kind of smooth. Oh, I should have done the spin test. We can do that later and see what that looks like. And how close is an enemy to me right now? What's all this? Teleportation power. I know little to nothing about Rage Wars. It was just one when I was playing through Turok 1 and 2. I thought this would be useful to show because I thought it was its own game. And then I found out it is not its own game. Well, I guess it is its own game, but it seems more multiplayer. I thought it had its own like campaign mode. And I don't know, maybe there is, like, y'all have to tell me if there's any story or something, or like anything that happens in here, but okay, where are the dinosaurs? Where are my little Primogen enemies to take out? Where is everybody? Can they hear me if I shoot some rounds? There's a skip map option. That's interesting. Pop configuration. What is arcade? Is it just me? I thought I'd done the one-player trials. So there should be another enemy in here, right? Okay, okay. My goodness, that took forever. Okay, shouldn't these be firing off? Do they take a while to... Okay, one raptor down. There we go. Now we're seeing some enemies. Oh, okay, so those hit me, don't they? Was there a countdown timer that I just wasn't aware of like when the enemies would attack? Wow, it really just cuts off there, doesn't it? Okay. I got a talisman, I'm back to here, so let's switch to Analogue 3D and play through the same thing. Let me switch my view. Okay. And I'll do the same thing. I will do my options, player options, and I'll do arcade. What did that change? No idea, but at least we'll be lined up to the same thing. Hey, and I saw the raptor the first second. It just ran away immediately, though. I guess we were just circling each other last time. Definitely smoother. Like, a lot smoother. Still, the inverted is something I am not used to, but I mean, I finished that so quickly. That's got to be a sign, right? Okay. We'll continue. We'll hit A on both these at the same time. Here's another run through of the map for you to look at. This level seems like it's got a bit of a blur to it. And we'll do the spin test on this. I mean, honestly, this is way smoother than GoldenEye or Perfect Dark or anything else out there. Yep, already lost it on that one. And where am I on the 64? Did somebody track me down here too? Okay, managed to fend it off there. Come on. Maybe if they get close enough, I'll be able to just sit here and swing. Can I get one hit in on the normal N64 at the same time? No. This is gonna be the end for me. Okay, there's the comparison. This one I'm kind of surprised by. It seems like this runs better than I expected for this. It's definitely smoother on the analog, but I kind of expected worse, honestly. Okay, turn this off. Rage Wars done. This was one we hadn't tried. Oh, I'm so heavy on racing games this time. I guess, well, okay, here's one we haven't tried, really, is original Banjo-Kazooie. We've done Banjo-Tooie several times, but we had not tried that. So let's try Banjo-Kazooie Unlocked. I don't know if this has big performance issues, but okay. Those just weren't started at the same time. Don't take that as a sign that one's running faster than the other initially. It's just hard to line up the N64 turning on versus when the Analogue 3D loads the game, things like that. And right now you're getting the audio from the N64. I have no real... I don't know why I'm choosing one or the other. I'm just randomly choosing one over the other. And I assume this intro doesn't really demonstrate a lot of stuff, but let's go to the menu here. I'll try to hit these buttons at the same time. I hit them pretty close at the same time, and it has moved faster on the analog. Like, it is playing ahead of the other one by like a significant step and moving faster than it. So it seems like it has the Donkey Kong Country where things move faster and the demo plays out faster. So that seems to be the case. It could be down to me not hitting the buttons at exactly the same time. Like, that transition looked a little better. These sections kind of look the same. All these games are empty on here because the save isn't fully connected. We'll let this intro play on the overclocked one. Let's do the N64. I'll just give you the analog for a second. I will be right back. Okay, Banjo has made it to the main part of the game here. And let's see, for the N64, can we go back to that same spot? That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Let's see if we can leave out here just to go to the same area. Those transitions, I wonder if those will feel better. Okay, making our way back to where we can be kind of lined up. We can go out here and come back in, or come back out. I guess it won't be the same, will it? But here's your two side by side. I don't know if that's immediately, like, the one thing that we're getting out of this is that you're getting the 32-bit color. I don't know how apparent that is in the split side-by-side comparison here. Like, here's N64, Analogue 3D, N64, Analogue 3D. I don't know if anything immediate, like the shingles on the roof, I may be getting a tiny bit more detail, but it's hard to tell on some of these. Let's see, 4K 60 and AverMedia. Okay. Let me play a little bit with the N64 and just go straight to that footage and see how this is. There's definitely some little chugs there. You know, I guess I could do that same thing, couldn't I? I could just do split view. I bet I could move the sticks semi in the same direction enough to get this. We'll see. Because I don't think going too far in this game will be that beneficial. But let's just hold forward. Oh, and it sends them right back in, doesn't it? Okay. Let's focus up. Let's go to the right. Oh, right. You're going to get stuck at bottles here because it's the first time on the analog that we're doing this. Can we just walk past? I just want to get the transition of walking to the area and see what this looks like. Okay. If we can get past this. Yep, we're pressing B. We think we're good enough. Okay. We'll try to keep this somewhat in the same yellow brick road of what this looks like. But I'm just bad. I'm not as good as controlling this as I thought I was. I thought I could maybe line it up. I don't know if it's just my bad steering, but the N64 itself does seem like it's just running slower. And I don't know if that will introduce any issues later on. No, I couldn't quite get it. Oh yeah, there was some, looked like some decent stutter going into that waterfall. Let's try that over on the Analogue 3D. Oh, didn't quite make it. Yeah, this seems like one that gets a, marginal improvement. Not anything huge from what I can tell, but it is a little hard to tell because the base game seems to run pretty fine. Just seems to have some individual spots where it's maybe a little slower than you might want, but this isn't another in the like want not need category. I would want more frames, but I don't necessarily need them. Yeah, there's Banjo. I feel like that's probably enough, right? That's fine. All confused. This would be a great place to have like a perfectly split control input or something to go on there. But yeah, there's the two side by side. Let's switch to another one. So top down, turn banjo off. Banjo-Kazooie is done. Maybe this would be an interesting one. Bomberman 64, the second attack. I don't think we showed much of this, and I don't remember that I actually compared them side by side at all. So maybe that will be interesting. Let's do the split again. And on the analog, I need to quit out of this and load up the same one. Second attack. And let's see if I turn this on. How close was I? Not quite. A little slow over there. So the N64 starts up faster than the analog, and Summer Cart combination loads it. I'll keep that in mind. That one needs to go first. Do we think this has like a big crazy cutscene that it needs Unleashed for? I really don't remember. This is one I want to get to hopefully sometime soon. I'm intending to play through this completely on the Analogue 3D because it seems like it would be a great place. Like, I've been wanting to play through this game for a while. It seems like this would be the time to do it. Let's just do new on both of these. Hit A at the same time. And let's just see what happens here. Because all the people that have hinted about this, based on me playing Bomberman 64 and Bomberman Hero, seem to say that this is the best one. That's the impression I've gotten. I don't know how true it is, but... and I'm gonna turn up the analog as the primary volume for this. And it could just be me hitting the buttons a little wrong, but it does seem like the Analog 3D has overtaken the cutscene at least. Again, that could just be the minute my left and right hands not syncing up completely to press those buttons, but it seems like it's overtaken it a little bit. This is the Bomberman that also seems like it's getting closer to what I played, which is a lot of the, I think, Game Boy Advance, like Bomberman Max and all those. I played a lot of those as a kid. I don't think I ever got very far in them, but that's where you had like little creatures that you would raise, and it seemed to throw in some RPG stuff in there. So this makes me very excited because I was a little confused, those being my only real experience with single-player Bomberman, that 64 and Hero did not have any of those features. So I'm excited to see what this is and how this compares to all those. Okay, try to keep these somewhat in sync. Look, I feel like my button presses are pretty close, so it seems like the Analog 3D may just be getting the speed from its speed. Maybe, possibly. This is one place where I think you're probably at a little bit of a disadvantage if you're using summer carts and things like that, because as far as I understand, putting the summer cart in or the EverDrive, you only get one virtual controller pack assigned if you are using the official controllers. So that seems like you'd be pretty limited. I'm actually not sure what it does if I have this real... I guess I have the real controller in, so it's probably trying to use the real controller pack, but I also don't... I'm not fully sure how I, like, move files around on the N64. Like if this is a save that saves to the cartridge, it has to live on the summer car, and then I guess the analog doesn't pick up on that. I don't know. Some of that stuff I'm a little hazy on. Okay, and I can't, yeah, hit start to skip these. I guess in the classic days of gaming, there wasn't the press start and then have an option to skip the cutscene. You just had to wait through all of these. But yeah, I remember this Poppy character from like the Bomberman Max series, I think. I think that's what I mainly played. And I just remember there being little creatures you raised, like Tamagotchis or Pokemon or Digimon, that I always thought seemed really cool. And I don't know if that was just in my height of Pokemon Digimon craze that I thought, oh, Bomberman, that's kind of like those games I enjoy. And then realizing that they are very different, and that most of the Bomberman games seemingly don't feature these characters. Okay, now we're doing this. We're gonna jailbreak out. I got my bombs back. Perfect jail cell design. They would add these little gaps at the bottom. Maybe that's supposed to be so you can like push food through or something. Like, why would they design it that way? Not sure. And I don't know. I mean, what would be the slowdown in this game when a bunch of stuff blows up at once? And I don't know how soon I'll be able to do that, or if that's like an upgrade later on, or what. But let's see if we can get through this cutscene and find out. Okay. Oh, one of these immediately fell off. Oh, you know, actually, even just, I don't know if I'm in my own head here, but it already seems like there's, like, even just the walking animation seems faster than Analog 3D. That may be completely fake, but it just feels like the animation is smoother in general. I think I've been spotted though. Okay, I'm gonna pause this one. Oh, cool! I get a. Can I move this map? Nope. Okay, so it's not full Metroid Prime. Okay, let me go back to N64. Let me switch it to my view so I can see it on my little monitor. And turn this up. And then let's play a little bit of this. Do I not? Oh. Okay. I guess I do not have my, I need my glove, like, actual ability from one of these boxes, probably. Wow, this is so much more like playing Bomberman. Because I believe you could pick up from the very start in 64 that you didn't need an ability for it. And they have health bars that I need to worry about? Okay. It's kind of nice that Palmy can attack these too. Oh, sorry. Sorry, bud. Yep, you get all your little power-ups. Does it feel better on the D-pad? Not, it's still like analog movement, so the control stick seems to be better. It just feels very, very speedy. Okay. Yeah, this feels much more like traditional Bomberman. And can I not hit them because they are in the water partially? I assume, what does banana do? And Bomberman can swim and place bombs in the water. I guess that's just standing room. Okay. I really feel like I remember kicking bombs around corners in this. Or maybe it's that the fire wraps the corner if it's around here. Kind of does. You know, this game may actually benefit quite a lot from the from the overclock. Because you do feel a little sluggish in your movements, even though you're not moving that fast. And I'm not against it, but this does seem to be moving fully towards the Bomberman as a character. There's story here. Which there was in the other 64 especially. Hero was a little more light on it, but a lot of conversation breaks in this one. Okay, come on. Let's take out the bat if we can. There we go. Oh, why have I... Okay, there we go. There's a kick. And I've immediately hurt myself with the power of the kick. And I think there is a boss fight up here. I mean, maybe we won't get to it, but... Oh, nice. Okay, okay. Yeah. That's reminding me of 64 because I was constantly stunning enemies and then hitting with the bombs. That was almost like mandatory for a lot of these. And that's awesome. Okay, I've got my timer again, so I can pull the trigger to time these bombs out. And they don't all trigger at the same time. Perfect, and now I can pick bombs up. Wow, why am I moving so slow? Did I pick up a, like, negative power-up? Okay, sorry, Palmy, I'm just... Okay, so picking up B... There we go. Little health. Oh, you can ledge grab too. That's actually unexpected. I must have gotten to like walk down or something like that because I am so slow. Okay. This, I believe, is a fight. So we can maybe let that play. And then go over to the Analogue 3D. So on here, let me switch my view again. Let's go to that same spot. Nope. I already got used to having my kick. And I've lost my abilities because of that. I was getting used to the length of my bomb as well. Just typical Bomberman stuff. You get used to having all the cool power-ups, and the second you lose them, it's like, oh no, I suck again. Unholy Avenger says Super Speed Race 64 is the top N64 racing video game. I don't think I've ever heard of that one before. I have Wipeout 64. What is Super Speed Race? Okay, I have to remember that I can place them in the water, even though it feels like I shouldn't be able to. And this should break the palms. Yeah, there's sections of this that feels like I'm moving, like, feels a little faster. And here where the camera moved, I thought that was a place where it felt like things were slow, but that may just be moving through the water. It maybe feels like a tiny bit smoother, but it's really hard to tell. This game is so far not like chugging super hard or anything. It just feels like the animations are a little smoother and they're maybe running a little slower before. Super Speed Race 64. Yeah, I've just not heard of that one. I'm sorry. And I don't think I have a copy of it ready because I just didn't know that existed. Oh, I need to be down here. And I missed the bat with both of those. Great showing. Don't move. There we go. Okay. That's taken care of. Oh, yes. Okay. Got a kick early. And got burned. Same with the last time I got a kick. It got burned the second after I got it. Oh, did all these enemies just fall down the... Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll stay here. Otherwise I'm going to be burnt. There's my control. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Got my speed up. That. Oh, was I supposed to like set that on the lower? Oh yeah. Okay, wait, no, my speed's up. I was thinking, wow, this runs so much faster when I'm on the stairs there, but that is most likely because I have to speed up. Very slight improvements, if any, on this one. But this does make me very excited to fully play through this one. Okay, we're into the cutscene. We can go back to the split. As I remember, this is like a pretty long cut. There's some long cutscenes in this one, but I'm kind of interested in the Bomberman lore, so I'm not opposed to it. Is this cutscene any better on the Analog 3D versus normal? Looks highly similar. Is Bomberman simple enough that I can control it at the same time? No, probably not. Yep, this is pretty, I'm having to really contort my hands to get anything slightly working, and I cannot focus on two screens at once, so there you go. There's a game over on one. I get a game over on the other. Yep, 2 game overs. There we go. Okay, let's switch to another game. This. Bomberman 64, the second attack, done. what would run better or worse on here? So I have several Mario games, but I don't know that those will show very much impressive stuff. We can at least try them. Like Mario Tennis maybe has some slowdown in some areas when things are really kicking off or something, but let's see. Did I kind of line these up? A little bit. Right, and I need to turn one of these down because otherwise you're going to get blasted with two different sounds. And here's your comparison of these. But also I just, like, if these cutscenes are anywhere pre-rendered, then you'll see like no change on any of this, right? Well, the Analogue 3D one has really cut ahead here, so maybe there is some slowdown on these initially. It's a little hard for me to always tell in these intros on if they're anything that could theoretically be sped up versus not. The rare stuff, it seems pretty obvious because it looks like the actual gameplay when it's playing. I guess I did start these at slightly different times, so maybe they didn't speed up ahead of each other, but it's always hard to tell. Okay, let's just go to the main menu. Can you do a CPU versus CPU game on here? Here's things pretty synced up here. Maybe there was a little slowdown on that like slash, but I can't, maybe that was for effect. It is hard to know. Let me see if I can at least get the first serve off here. And lose that. Okay. Let me pause. Let me go just N64. And see if I feel anything. I mean, yeah, I don't... Maybe in a doubles or something, maybe there'd be a little bit, but also... This is never a game that I remember running badly. I just remember this one being very fun. And this is... probably one of my like most beloved sports games that I ever played, because this always was just such multiplayer fun. It seemed like very simple to play and understand, and yet very fun, and a little bit of strategy in it. There we go. Okay, there's your N64 footage. Luigi raging over there. I'm going to pause this. We'll switch over to Analogue 3D. Okay. Let's see if this feels any better. Yeah, this is one where maybe, like, if things dip somewhere along the line, the Analogue 3D would keep it up, but it just feels like just as good. I really can't, like, gameplay wise, I don't notice anything that feels drastically different. Oh, except I'm just not paying as much attention. I just love the little celebrations on here too. The fact you can control it and then your friends see it. Like this, yeah, this one was always really fun for me. Okay, there's Mario Tennis. I don't feel like there's anything as special especially impressive about that one. Let's see if Mario Golf does anything. Mario Golf, okay. And then split. There we go. I got it pretty close again, not quite, but here's the two of them. And I should probably turn one down. So you're hearing the analog audio right now. Okay, let's, I don't know, does this have like large panning shots or anything there that we could... What does the clubhouse have? Oh, this is just like options and status. Any fun options? Nope. Nope. One player. I guess we'll choose... Did I hit the wrong one? Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. One player there. Sure, we'll... we'll both go Peach. Let's see. Tournament. Get... Play another character. If you win, you can use that character. That's kind of cool. Finish faster. You know, let's see. Can we do the get character one? Okay. Here's some side-by-sides on this. I'm trying to hit the button at the same time for each of these. And it does seem like the Analog 3D is quite a bit speeding up on here. Let's see. So A. Did I line those up pretty exactly? See, I feel like my button presses timing is working okay. Did that look like there was any difference between these between these two games? These seem like identical. This seems like another thing. If it maybe if it dips in very specific places, you would not see those same dips. But wow, my N64 one did better. Wait, no, did worse because I'm playing first. Okay. Yeah, I did worse on that one. Oh, and that's gonna be off. Okay. There's Mario Golf. I feel like the panning shots are the only thing I could think of that would be really different. Everything else is probably gonna be the exact same, but here's more shots of these side by side. Okay. Nice on. Did I get it over there? Nope, not a nice on that one. Okay, top down. Mario Golf. What else do we have here? Paper Mario? Does this have any slowdown in it? I'm not really aware of any, but just getting through the list of games I have here that I've not played through on this, or not put in the Analog 3D yet. Oh, paper, right. And then split. Still off. I can't get that timing quite down. I'm really not aware of this having much slowdown. I'm aware of this being a very cool game that I haven't played through and would like to at some point. This is another that weighs heavily on my backlog because I played other Paper Mario games, but not the good ones from what people seem to think. So it'd be cool to play through the ones that people seem to agree are the like best. But here's your side by side. Okay. First play, first play. Yep. I feel like I'm hitting those buttons at the same time, but one is jumping ahead. And again, that could be due to me not actually hitting them at exactly the same time, but feels very close to me. The little I played of this game, I don't remember any slowdown or anything to worry about, so I really think this one's probably fine, but, you know, let's just, for comparison's sake, let's get Mario moving and see what happens. Let me control Mario, please. Oh, I wonder if you see any differences between the 32-bit color. I mean, mine's on a small preview window to the side, so it's hard for me to tell, but I wonder if there's anything that's slightly sharper on this or anything else. It does feel like the Analogue 3D is slipping ever slightly forward. Okay, I'm gonna try to move the same in all of these. Oh, can I just go through this door? I'm slowly drifting away. Okay, so I can't go that way. Let's go up these stairs. But yeah, I just struggle to think what in this game would really cause some like major slowdown. Especially everything's so timing based, so if there was slowdown, I feel like you would have already heard complaints about that during the main game of people being disappointed with how this plays, and I've never really heard any of that. Oh, let's try to... I feel like those are pretty decently lined up. I'm proud of my bad double control stick. Like, there's this big 3D scene here. Does this see any, like... These look identical. I'm saying Mario 64 seems like it's... Or sorry, Paper Mario. Seems like it is good in both versions. And I didn't expect much more. I mean, is this one of the heaviest 3D areas of the game where like a lot of different stuff is going on? I don't really know because I haven't played through it to know if there's more heavy stuff. I guess let me know if there is. But this is one I would like to play through sometime soon. This would be really fun. I feel like that is one of the things that the Analogue 3D is like instilling. Is there's a lot of N64 games I haven't gotten to, and having something that is really easy to connect up and record footage for and play through on a modern TV and not be too much hassle to set up and tear down each time, that makes it exciting for me. Because a lot of times it's just a barrier of just, I would like to play this, but okay, let me go get the cables hooked up, let me get the settings dialed in, and then I've maybe wasted a night getting all that all that connected. So being able to just start it up seems very appealing to me. And you know, if they add more features, that'll be even better. Okay, I'm gonna call this one on just, I feel like we've got everything. Well, sorry, I say that, but we are about to see the first battle interface, right? So let's... these... I don't even know if you can do the time jump at this early stage or not. The art in this game is still, what a cool style. It looks so good. And I feel like there were so many complaints about the N64's visual quality, but there's some games that really just are so impressive still. There goes Mario. Even just like the rim lighting on Bowser during these scenes, so cool. Okay, top-down view. Paper Mario, done. This tower is getting dangerous, and you can't even see it on screen. This is like a gag that no one can even see because it blocked my monitor if I put it any closer. Okay, Mischief Makers. Here's my torn up copy of this. But let's see, what's this look like? This is another one that I've just not really checked out on here. Okay. Start it now. Did I line this up? Did I actually sync them? Oh, so close. Getting better. Oh, I didn't realize this was an Enix game. I knew it was Treasure, but I didn't know this was pre-Square merger on here. And this is one that I've heard great things about. Seems like people really like. But the controls are very confusing, at least starting out. This is one that I need to look at a manual to understand how it plays. Because the in-game tutorials are a little unclear on what I need to be doing. But the pixel art looks really nice. It's also maybe a good demonstration of, again, the N64 is not RGB modded. It does not have like any special things. It is just coming out through S-Video into the RetroTink 4K through the VGA input adapter thing. So it is, from what I understand, like as close as I can get to an RGB mod without RGB modding it, because it just gets really good picture quality out of it, but it's still not the best quality you could possibly get out of this. I assume the down arrow is the... We're done here? Yes. Okay. Sure. Just see if there's any difference. Again, this is a pixel art game. I don't like, would this really have slowdown or anything in it that you would need to... Weird that it's the R buttons to move through this. Unholy Avengers. Watch internet live stream and play Super Analog NT Breath of Fire 2 Definitive Edition ROM hack. I don't even know where to begin with. I guess I'll have to Google that after. What any of that is. Was Breath of Fire I thought Breath of Fire was like a Super Nintendo and maybe saw some Game Boy Advance and PlayStation 1 games. Was that an N64 series at all? I'm sorry, I'm just not very aware of that series. Are we seeing any major differences in this? I bet we just get a little bit more clarity out of the Analogue because it has the way to remove the blur filter and do some things there. But at least in this small view that I'm showing, these look really, really close. It's kind of fun that the art seems like randomly selected out of here. Okay, and look, no C-stick movement. This is a pure D-pad game. And, oof. Hard for me to control with one hand. So let's just go to the N64 and look at this. I guess, yeah, let me push up against one of these spots where I can get like a similar view. The Analog 3D, let's also do the same. So here's the view between them. Here's the Analog 3D. And then we go to the N64. Are you noticing like a decrease in clarity on any of that? Like, it's the best I can get out of it without the RGB mods and things like that. But I still think it looks pretty good. All things considered, it being, you know, original hardware and kind of being known for not having the absolute best picture quality. It's just this game is so confused. I know that you can shake the enemies, and you have these like booster jet things, but I truly do not know how to play this game. And then we'll switch over to A3D. Here, I'll do the same thing. I'll grab some enemies and do my little booster jets. Oh. Yep. There's this game. It seems kind of fine on both, but I don't know. Things may be crazy with the 2D stuff later on, and I'm just not aware. Okay. Mischief Makers. Done. Here's something different is Blitz. Maybe this has got some slowdown. We will see. Let me quit that. Let me load up Blitz. Unholy Avenger says, didn't like Breath of Fire 1, so I skipped it to play Breath of Fire 2 on the analog Super Nintendo while I watch an internet live stream. Well, I'm glad you're watching something while you play it. I have never tried any of the Breath of Fire games. I know of them. They seem like they're a, you know, known quantity that people like. Maybe not the first, since you did skip that one. But yeah, that is another strategy RPG, right? That's what that series is. And I just have, other than the Fire Emblem 3 Houses, because that one had the persona outside of school stuff that hooked me in. I've never really gotten into many strategy RPGs. Okay, here's a little demo of it to see if anything jumps out. I'll just let it play through for a second. I'm interested to see if anything. It seems like extremely fast-paced, so that's cool. I thought that would just be an analog 3D thing and being sped up, but it seems to be that way all the time, just like Super Arcadey. So this is one that I'd added to my collection, but mainly because I know that people like football games, and it seems like a fun multiplayer game, probably, because it seemed like it would be less arcadey. I don't know how close this is to the arcade version itself or any of that, but it seemed like it would be a cool one. And I can't remember, I think that I found this one with a manual, so that also convinced me of like, oh, that'd be cool. I don't have many N64 manuals. But yeah, that's Blitz. Let's look at the N64 version, and I guess we could play for a second in here. Let's just say our... no, we won't do a name. Sure, we'll just do default stuff. I don't need a rumble pack. Let me switch my little monitor to look at this as well. Okay. Player 1, hold turbo button. Oh, you can see the text on here too. Like, this might be something to pay attention to once we get into... Let me switch to Analog 3D and see if I can get the same text. So here's Analog, no controller pack, no records, all this default Arizona stuff. Oh yeah, it doesn't look much clearer actually now that I see it. Okay, controller pack, no. This... I thought that the text might be a little less clear on one versus the other, but it actually looks about the same. Okay, so we've got these synced up at about the same time. So here's the text on that versus this. And it may be just a little difference in scaling, but they both look pretty similar. Like, not one of them is like the crispest text you've ever seen. Okay. Sure. I didn't read any of that. Is that a bad sign? Oh, okay. Oh no. How do I attack? Oh, I just punch. Okay. Oh, not a good sign. Is that a little slowdown, or was that just the animation of the touchdown? I do like how quick and seemingly aggressive this is. Oh, again. Or how do you do? You just can do attacks? Can I pick this up? I don't know how to play this at all. It runs fine. I don't know. I'm not convinced there was any slowdown there. This just seems like it runs fine. It doesn't seem like there's anything special being done or things that's changed in here. Let me switch my other view just to get a feel for it. Okay, let's resume at this. I got smashed to the ground. Uh-oh. Hey, at least it hasn't gotten stolen from me yet. Yay! I actually moved some that time. Sure, let's do that. What does that do for me? Should I not have done that? Yeah, this is another one that seems like it gets no real benefit from this. I'm not seeing anything that seems like it's that different. So let's go off. Blitz done. Oh, we've only got a couple left. Wipeout 64. Let's see what this is like. Okay, that. And then we'll do the split here. Gonna switch my little monitor to be real console. And then what I've been trying to line up is that I start this loading, turn this on about the same time. Really missed it that time. Oh, it actually might just not be reading this cartridge. I swear these are clean. Is there any reason this wouldn't be reading? Okay, there we go. Wonder if there is an attract mode on this one that it would sit at. This is one that I never knew existed. I thought Wipeout was a purely PlayStation. And, oh, what are the options? Do we have anything special? Nothing, seemingly. Controllers race, time trial, credits, okay. Do we think it's the trigger to be able to do this? Nope, it seems to be trigger is like some type of reverse, so I've already messed that up. Okay, let's do the N64. I was trying to do some side by side, but let's just start this one over. Okay. The background is slightly off-putting. The warping of it is kind of distracting a little bit, but it seems smoother than I would have expected, honestly, for how kind of fast it is. Oh, that warping effect is really cool. I've really only played the like later Wipeout games on PS3, PS4. I think those like collections. So I've seen that warping effect go around the track and like morph it, but I thought that would have been a way later, like not a N64 style effect. I thought that would have been the power of the PS3 or something to get that. So that's kind of cool to see. And yeah, this isn't bad at all. I mean, maybe this is one of the least complicated courses, but this actually seems to play pretty well. But I feel like the PlayStation version has to be the best one, right? Like that's from what I understood was the like lead console, or maybe I'm mistaken on that. That warping effect is so cool. And also the way it draws in the environment, even though it is very apparent, as you can see it warping out, it's very smooth. It doesn't look like you can see the like visual chunks like drawing out like polygon by polygon. It looks like more natural, like it is intended and not just like a pop in. It kind of, it looks like there's fog, but there's no fog, I guess is what I'd say, which I wonder if there's just a circle of the mountains behind you or something that cuts that stuff. And like, interesting. Okay. Let's see. A3D. Ryo Hasuka. Oh, hey, good to see you again. It's quite an upgrade in presentation, side by side and everything. Yes, I spent a lot of time to try to make this actually work better than last time. So I am glad this is showing up a little better and that it's noticeable because, yeah, the last ones I thought was a decent setup and then they always gave me problems. So I spent like a whole time I could have streamed just setting it up, and I think hopefully this has been much better to look at. Let me switch my view. I still need a switcher to switch my view. That would make this worlds easier, but let me switch this. Okay. I've got the view here so I can see this a little better. Yeah, it does feel a little smoother. Feels a little faster, honestly, unless I'm just getting better at the racing. It does feel really smooth. And I didn't really feel much slowdown. It honestly, before it felt like something that would be like, oh, this is locked at 30 and now it's been locked at 60. Like both felt smooth and consistent. This just feels way more smooth and like really, really fast. Going through here was the most I noticed, like the background sliding by seemed like it was like a lower frame rate just because you see the checkerboard and I could perceive the motion like a little better. And that seems like it's a little smoother too. But honestly, this game is very impressive, and I thought this was like a showcase for the PlayStation, but honestly, it's really impressive for the 64 as well. Maybe I'm giving it too much credit, but I do think it plays very well so far. This really puts Star Wars Racer to shame. That game runs so slow, especially on the later levels, and this seems so much smoother. But I wondered, yeah, are the later levels for this very similar? Does it just get worse and worse as you introduce more complex stages? But this seems like a decent stage. It's got indoor, outdoor areas. It's got little skyscrapers and things going by and cave structures. Let's see if I can finish it. Oh my gosh, I'm 6th position? I thought I was doing like okay on this. I am not. Okay, there we go. Ryo Hazuka says, I presume you don't have Goemon cards to be tested on both systems simultaneously. Not simultaneously. I could do the one and swap it over. I've got 2 more games to try that I have not put into this thing. And then I could try those games on real N64 and go back to the old style of just going back and forth. I do have a friend that has the first Goemon, or the 2D Goemon, that I could do that with, but I did not even think about loading that up for this. Oh yeah, Rhea says first game is 3D, second game is 2D. So yes, my friend has a 2D, has the 2D version that I saw recently, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we have this. ExtremeG Games, this is from Ryu as well. ExtremeG Games had way more slowdown. Wipeout performed decent. Saturn version ran at roughly 20 FPS. Yeah, I think, I feel like that was a Digital Foundry thing, that they did a whole breakdown on Wipeout and showed the Saturn version. I was very, very interesting to see how that came to different consoles. So there's Wipeout 64. It's added to the tower that you cannot see. I guess I could zoom out, huh? There's the tower. It's growing. And then, okay, I have two more. These are recent games that I got as a gift. And I have World Driver Championship on the actual card that we can display side by side. And then the next one I have is ExtremeG2, which I actually have a cartridge of now. So let's get these so I can start these up at the same time. World Driver Championship. Okay, continue without saving. So these should be really synced up. Let's see how smooth these look in comparison. And yeah, Ryu, I think probably you had recommended some of the ExtremeG stuff to play, and we'd shown that in previous times. I'm excited to see ExtremeG2 side by side with this. But it's just so amazing to see two very similar games have such a difference in performance. When it's like, why these seem so similar? These should be the same, right? They should be way closer. Not quite. This also made me realize, like, should I have also gotten an EverDrive, which are really expensive compared to the summer cart, so I could show these side by side. But this is another instance, like, this is probably, unless they do a big update for this, one of my last streams of the Analogue 3D, just because I don't know, at least for comparison stuff. Maybe drop my whole headphones into this T to the side. Maybe if there's more updates or something, like I'm sure I'll stream more as new stuff comes out, like the Superstation 1 and everything there, but quick race. But I feel like there are so many people out there that have finally gotten theirs and maybe don't care about the comparisons anymore. And until we get like oh right, I'm just cycling through here. Arcade race. And we'll do Black Forest, Libsyn. Guess we could try this one. I feel like there's probably not a ton of use in doing this much further, but okay, these are both paused. Let's see. Ryu says, nice. Which console color do you prefer having both side by side? Do you mean the console color between the Analogue 3D and the like original N64, or the white Analogue 3D in this one? Because I much prefer this to the white Analogue 3D. Like the see-through is way cooler. I will say in person, if I'm comparing the N64 to this, and I don't know if it's just because there's more space on the 64, but I think you can still see it here. It appears way lighter in person. Let's see, I have a little light here that maybe will help light that up. But it seems like these are more, like it feels like there's more brightness or lightness to it. And here's me trying to shine it to give them some like even lighting. Okay, yeah, and Ryu says, I mean, the Funtastic color side by side. Yeah, I still feel like the N64 itself looks better. Like if you look at them, I just like the lighter blue. It gives me more the impression of the like ice blue versus this, which does have the same coloring, but I feel like so many of the components in here are darker that you don't get the lift of the brightness. And here, so many of the components are lighter because it's got all this like metal shielding and stuff that it appears lighter. And I do like the lighter blue. That looks more like the ice blue to me. But honestly, like the controller fits in between because it does have some darker components and everything in there. Just looks different in different lights. But I still, like, obviously between the two analog consoles, I prefer the transparent one. It looks really cool. Between the N64 and this, I still think the N64 has the lighter kind of blue color that I enjoy, and it gets a little dark on the other one to where it looks more greenish. And then the original N64 looks more like a blue because I just see more light coming through. But yeah, they're really close, especially at certain angles and different lighting conditions. And I feel like it really is just like the internals that are changing that like color profile, if that's even what you'd call it there. And yes, I did order one 8BitDo controller to match it. I don't know why. I have not liked these controllers. Like nothing. I've not played much with them. They were great for bringing the Analog 3D into a party setting and have everybody play with wireless controllers. That worked great. Everyone loved it. No one was like, this doesn't feel like what I what I remember. They all thought it played great. So I think I'm being probably too picky. And that's probably, I could probably say that for a lot of the decisions I've made, but I did order one of the Funtastic controllers just because they were still on sale, and that was what got me with the Analog 3D Funtastic in the first place, is that I managed to get one, and I thought, well, happy for me, but I didn't need this. But yes, I did get one of those, and what I'll probably do is whoever I sell off or, I don't know, gift my Analog 3D White to, I will include one of these 8BitDo controllers with it. So I figured if I do that, I'll obviously need the matching controller for this one. And since I've got the Funtastic N64 controller, obviously I absolutely need the Funtastic controller for the actual thing. These are all stupid reasons that I got this, but yes, I did pre-order one. Let's see. Ryu said, I got my gold Analog 3D, but haven't opened it yet. Are you saving it for some reason? Like, did you... Why haven't you opened it? I'd be very interested to see what the gold color looks like. I'm always going clear more than the others, but the gold did look cool. And then, yes, Ryu, I do have an N64 Switch Online controller. I think I'd shown that in some previous video because I got one of the blue retro adapters, and I used it on there. And it seemed fine, but I still think something felt slightly off about the control stick as compared to the original ones, and I don't know why that is. But it could have just not been broken in as much, but it did seem better. It was just, I don't like that there's still an extra step with that I have to install. I have to put an adapter on to get it to connect, and the connection was kind of hard for me to get synced the first time and stuff like that. So once Analog 3D actually opens this up to connect to other Bluetooth controllers, which I guess they haven't specifically said, but it will be stupid if they don't do that, I think I'll use that NSO controller more often. But right now I'm a little hesitant just because it is a little extra setup, which is, I don't know, that a mild complaint. Okay, let me switch this to where I am viewing right. Let me switch my little camera. Okay, and let's switch this up to high res just so we can see this. I guess let me make sure that's on both of them before we move any further. High res, which looks like it's also stretching it. So display mode. Guess we could do like the cinema zoom in there and do that. And then on the other view, I'll need to change my RetroTink settings. Is this gonna mess it up a lot? Sure, keep that crop and let me... This one's gonna be a little weird. no, I don't want to do this. Okay, here's my 4x3 crop. And the left side is the... Ugh, this one's a strange one. Because it should be 16:9, but it's like all... I guess, you know what I'll do? This is one of the things that I kind of like, that things are so simple on the Analogue 3D. Granted, maybe it's not giving me the exact picture I need. But it is kind of nice to just not have to fuss with it. And let me... Okay. That's autofill integer, and then on the Analogue 3D, I'll just turn the cinema zoom off. We'll just try to do these side by side as close as possible, even though it's annoying how small they are. Okay. Oh, I see. Ryu, you're saying because you're using the Poly Mega, you're just waiting for more updates before you unbox it. Yeah, that makes sense. I would... Yeah, I would probably, like, for a game that is 480i, I would probably be sticking to, you know, real N64 and stuff for that too, so I definitely get that. Also, I watched some review videos of the Poly Mega and stuff. It was very interesting what it does and everything on there. I still don't know if it fits, like, my specific use case, but I do like all the little modules and stuff in there. Like, it feels like the thing I'm wanting out of the SuperStation 1 and stuff like this, over like plug and play and use your old accessories and stuff. And I was interested, I wonder if I guess you need the adapter. I was wondering if their N64 controller would work with this through the Bluetooth adapter, Blue Retro and stuff like that, to see how that would compare, because their controller looked really interesting. And if they've been tuning that for a while for N64 gameplay, it seems like it could be a like contender for a wireless controller for this. But yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to hear from you on if you think that N64 controller they specifically made is any good. And yeah, save states would be very, very cool in this. I would love for that to happen. We'll see. And then yeah, Ryu says before I make space for Analogue because it's crowded as it is already. That makes total sense. Okay, just playing N64. I'm sorry it's going to be zoomed out here, but just to keep them more consistent with the like visual quality here, we'll try to do this. You can YouTube has like a zoom option on there, right? Okay, so a lot of stutters around that corner, like really visible ones. This was one I specifically like added to my wish list because I thought it was so impressive when I played it. Especially on the like overclocked mode and stuff like that, but I hadn't played it on an actual N64, and I was interested based on all the reports of like differences in the speed of the Force Original and a real N64 on the Analogue 3D versus this, so I was interested to see what this was like. Yeah, some of these corners, that's so choppy. But I am still impressed in the like detail of this game, even on just the N64, even when it's running a little shoddy here, this is a cool racing game. And even though it's so dark that I can hardly see, and I don't know if that's coming through in the video there too. I'm just looking for like highlights on the sides of the roads and everything to control this. And there's sun blinding me, but I cannot see around me. Oh, well, I think I'll be firmly in 8th place on this one, because I've really gone off. But okay, we've seen some of this performance on here. Let me switch my view over to the Analogue 3D and let's look at it on there just to get a comparison. I know we've kind of already done this one, but these are the last of the physical cards that I haven't like put into the system and run off the real cards. And last time we were fully on summer cart, fully not on original hardware, so I figured this was worth going through. Okay, we've done one lap. Let's switch to the Analogue 3D. Let me switch my view. And here we go. High res, that, my view showing up, got audio, cool. I went a little off the road because I was trying to adjust the volume there, but let's see if we get this big stutters on any of these curves, and we really are not seeing any so far. This looks pretty nice. Oop, oop, oop. My driving isn't really better either way around, but it feels a lot smoother. And this, I don't know what it is about this game. I'm just very impressed with it. And playing this on the overclocked on the Analogue 3D, like this is one that I will probably not go back to play it on the original N64 and just play it here because this is such a nice improvement. And mostly the N64 version felt okay, but around some of those big corners, like if that's when you're dropping frames and then your inputs are registering a little later than they should, I feel like that'll get you into a lot of trouble in later races as you are winding around corners and having to really be careful about it. If you spin out on those and it's just because it's dropping frames, like this will be a huge benefit. No, 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 no. Oh. These vicious competitors. Hey, but I've kept my 7th place because I trapped that car. So there's something. I'm doing better than my old race, only slightly. And there's the lap. Yeah, I completed that way faster this time. Okay. There's World Driver Championship. Forget it's a 3-worder. And now, ExtremeG2, actual physical cartridge. Let's go back to the split. Wait, I need to see this. Okay. Get this cartridge go here. Okay, ExtremeG2 here and here. Do this. That was close. I almost got those lined up well. Change controller pack. Did I not change this back to... Okay, I need to just switch this to my full screen view so I can actually see what's going on here. Let me switch my monitor because I'm getting some garbage up at the top of it. Okay, let me go to the main menu on the 64 version and just see. And then if I'm here in, let's just continue without saving, because maybe this is just getting cut off some. Okay, okay. Yeah, this looks like I just need to crop this. And these are some of the things that are like, you can set up these per game profiles and everything and switch to them, but again, like this is something I really appreciate about some of the ease of this Analogue 3D, of just having things very easily set up without me having to fuss with things. Once I set it up once, it's fine. It's easy to do. The retro tank is super powerful for this stuff, that I can even do this per profile, like do all this. But it is just, it's an extra step each time, which is just something to think about. Okay. So now we have these both at the main screen. Let's hit B. We can I time this better? B. So you can see these little intros side by side and just look at this. It is interesting at some points, like the RetroTink doesn't scale some of this down, like, or exactly. I've tried to get it close, but it'd probably take a little extra work to get it exactly lined up. Let's see. Ryu Hazuka, yeah, he says a lot of Polymega reviews on YouTube were done before all the firmware updates. I noticed that too. Like, all of them were a specific date that they went out. That were like, some wouldn't even mention the N64 core or the gun cons or things like that. So I was looking for ones that were like more recent, modern, and everything. I mean, it seems like it had some of the path of like the Analogue 3D, of like some stuff didn't work at launch and they updated it and added stuff in there. So that's been cool to see. I hope that Analogue 3D gets even a fraction of support that it seems like the Polymega's gotten, because it seems like that is getting substantial updates with the new add-ons and everything in there. They say, got my Polymega Gun Con, playing some Virtual Cop 1 and 2, and about 30 other shooters from across many systems. It's pretty amazing on an OLED TV. The gun cons have cameras in them in order to work. Yeah, wasn't there a Kickstarter as well, not with the Polymega, but of a type of gun con that would work using cameras in there? I thought I'd seen some stuff for that like maybe would work with the Mister. You could set stuff up, but it's cool. Polymega, it's just like built in. One of the things I got over the holidays was a gun con as a gift that I will be using on my Mister and real PlayStation hardware and everything like that. Let's see. Ryu Hazuka says, you think you're going to get rid of the retro tank now? Oh, absolutely not. It's the most used thing in any of my like retro gaming collection. I sometimes get in the weeds with just how much I have to like modify on it or tweak on it or do anything there, but it is still such a benefit to make it easier to play these games. And with the amount of like consoles I have that are trying to like get set up and play and do everything here, that is the one thing that if I had more than one single retro console, I would get a retro tank. Like I think it's that beneficial to me personally for recording footage and everything. But that is very specific as well. I don't know how many other people are wanting to record this amount of footage or like do anything with it. I think it's super beneficial to have, but it's a very specific use case. Like if I just wanted to play this stuff on my TV and I was just looking to play it casually and never even thinking about recording a scrap of footage or doing anything, I would probably just stick with like a Mister, and maybe I would get one of the smaller retro tanks to just get it up to my screens a little better, like the RetroTank 5X or something like that. But yeah, I still think it's so helpful for everything. Like the fact that I can hook up my PlayStation TV to it and my well, I guess I haven't done this in a while. Well, how how to reverse. Okay, here we go. I'm able to do like my GameCube to it, my Saturn that I hooked up recently. I'm able to do that to it and like get the best picture quality out of it. Like I have so many retro consoles of like all various inputs and everything like that. Even just being able to hook up, like I can do the Mister to it to get the 1080p output of the Mister either to 4K that way, or I can have the Mister output the analog output and get it from 240p all the way to 4K that way, and treat it as an analog source or a digital source. There's also like the Mister like DV1 stuff where it like automatically connects to the RetroTink and does everything. Like that has been so beneficial. Even if I had a suite of analog consoles for every single one, or like the Mister was super easy to use and output to 4K, like I still don't know that I would get rid of it, because there's just the, you know, one-off console. Anything I hook up to it, if I want to do like, if I want to take home movies out of VCR to it, it's still like the best way to upscale that. So I really do love the RetroTink. It is just it's been a pain when I want to have like a retro game night with friends or something, that it's just like, okay, give me a few seconds. Or if they want to change games, I'm like, well, here's the controller, but I guess just call me when you want it to be done. I've done a couple times where I've had the remote. I've saved all the profiles to like 1 through 4 and everything, and then I've had those. So I've told people like, if you're playing Guitar Hero 2, hit 1, and that'll go to the PS2 inputs. Like that learning curve is the one thing that like I wish there was a slightly easier way to do that, and there might be, but that's been the one thing, is it is still like one extra step, one extra connection, one extra thing to learn, that it's not as plug and play, but it is incredibly powerful. And I got the RetroTink, I think like 2X or RetroTink 2, whatever it was. And then I eventually got the 5X when that came out, and then I got the 4K, and the 4K had solved all my problems with like, oh, I have to manage this every time I pick up a game. Like the 5X only had a couple like ways to like save profiles, and I ran out very quickly, and things would vary per game. And with the 4K, being able to set up a profile for Bomberman 64 and one for Bomberman Hero and get everything dialed in exactly. It takes time, and sometimes it annoys me that I don't get to play a game because I'm setting it up, but it's still so beneficial once I get it set up, and just get like a perfect image that I'm really happy with out of it. And they just constantly, Mike Chi is doing updates to it that adds all kinds of extra functionality, and it's very cool. So yeah, that is one of the things I'd probably get rid of last, after I absolutely abandoned every console that had analog output and just went all digital with HDMI consoles. Maybe I would transfer it, but I still feel like I'd stick with it. Let's see. Ryu says, yeah, it's this. Okay, Ryu says it's the same technology as the Sinden controllers. Okay, yeah, those are the gun con type things I'd seen that I was very interested in, but had not bit the bullet on. And yes, Ryu says you use your RetroTink on multiple systems. Makes sense. If you only used it for N64, then yeah, I think that like me recommending to friends of like, well, the image you get out of your N64 isn't the best, you should really get a RetroTink, is not something anyone is going to listen to me for. They're not going to say, oh yes, I will spend an extra couple $100 just to get like a better image out of it. I feel like in most cases they just want to get it onto their TV, and that seems like the thing that this would be perfect for. Oh, I should switch this to my monitor. Hold on just a second. Okay, there we go. Now I can view this. So that was pretty choppy. It's still playable, but this is one that I feel like before we saw a big improvement, and yep, as a parent, even though we were running in the Analogue 3D Force hardware mode the first time we did a comparison on these, the N64 still runs that game at a pretty choppy frame rate, and this feels so much better. I'm still awful at it. It's very tight corners, and I'm not lined up with everything on here, but just the smoothness of the track moving and making these turns is like immediately apparent on this one. I mean, there were similar things on the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer as well, that had a lot of choppiness in here, and it just feels so much better when your inputs are actually sending in at a reasonable rate, and you can actually see things change and turns come up and like react to them without the frame rate constantly changing. Like, hey, this time I had 5 frames to avoid this, and this time I had 10. Like, now it's just locked in. I always have the same amount. It feels consistent. Yeah, this is one that goes from like a dud of, yeah, I probably won't play that, to this actually seems fun and I would play this because it is like consistent and less of a chore to play. Even though I'm awful at it, I definitely need the practice. And I keep forgetting to, having the Z button as the way to drive is constantly confusing for me. But it's probably the best feeling thing. It is like having a trigger input on a racing game. It's just weird it's on my left hand. I'm never used to it being on my left. Oh no. Oh right, okay, there's a boost down on the C. Oh yeah, has everybody been boosting this whole time and that's why I'm not catching up? That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Oh. Okay, and that's kind of my drift or handbrake button, but it really throws me off. Yeah, this is a huge improvement. We kind of knew that, but I at least wanted to see, since we know that Analogue 3D runs a little slower than an actual N64 in certain games and seemingly in very specific instances, I wanted to see if it made any marginal difference in that. And while still playable on the 64, I just don't think you would want to play like that. Like, you could, but after playing on this, I don't know why you would. Okay, so that is our last one on here. That is a game that I have a physical version of that I needed to put in the N64 and compare side by side. So that's everything there. I don't know if there's anything else we could really quickly look at that would see like a huge improvement. Let's see, but this would all just be, we can just do some analog 3D overclocked stuff and see what that would be, because I won't have a good way to compare these, and it's already 4 hours for this stream. So we'll run through a couple quick ones that people had been interested in and then probably call it quits after that. Let's see. Ryu Hazuki says, Shinden licensed technology to Polymega for gun cons. Same tech. Oh, so they actually licensed that. That's awesome. Those controllers, those gun cons they made seemed really cool and impressive, and I'm glad they're, I guess, still doing well and have other opportunities to work on that, because I think those are compatible with a lot of Mr. stuff. Maybe I'm mixing it up, but I know some of those modern gun con type things were compatible with Mr. So I was interested in picking those up. Now I have a real gun con for some of these CRTs, but I'd love to see it on the actual TV and do that. But okay, let's see. What did I have on my little list here? Snowboard Kids was one. So let's see that. Quit. I can hit reset, right? That'll take me back to this. Wait, okay, here, Snowboard. This would also be, I did want to show some of these, and I don't think I did before, but let's see. Ryu says, what kind of gun cons did you receive for playing on your Mister? Hold on, I can grab them. They're next to me. I think it's just a gun con 1. It's just the PlayStation Gun Con. I just have the, I think I do. Yeah. My PlayStation snack adapter for the Mister lets me plug in this stuff into the Mister and play it. And it's supposedly, because it has the analog output, I can do all this connection and wire it up to TV. I've yet to try it, but supposedly it works. And so this is, yeah, what I'm going to work with. And I have CRTs in this room, like around me. And so my plan is to hook this up to the snack adapter on the Mister and get it to work on there. I also have a PlayStation 2 laying around too, but I'd just be interested to see it on the Mister and see what that's like, especially because I would theoretically be able to get like great image quality out of that and put that into the RetroTink really easy, and could go diskless because I don't have a ODE for my PlayStation, but I do have a memory card that does this stuff. Wait, I did do a PlayStation 2 where I replaced the hard drive on the back so I can play games. So I don't know. I just want to be able to play with this controller, and we'll see. The fact that it works on Mister is something I'd like to see, but I guess I could play on original hardware too with it. But I've just not tried it out yet. I cleaned it, and that's as far as I got on that. Oh yeah, if you did mention this one, we can look at the F-Zero expansion pack. I was just impressed. I know that was something on the Summer Carts compatibility list of something that was possible, that you could run this 64DD stuff. And I just think that's very cool. I don't really understand how it works, because I kind of thought that the 64DD had extra hardware, but yeah, there are these things, and I think you can't you like build courses or something on the 64DD? Wasn't a lot of it like customizing things? But I don't know this game well enough to know, other than the new courses, kind of what's in here. But yeah, I was wondering with the 64DD, like, I thought the hardware was required in there, so I don't understand if the Summer Cart is like emulating the DD hardware, so that this is like you use a Summer Cart on real hardware and then does some software emulation to allow this to function, or if the N64 didn't really get any new power from the DD, but it just added like the read and writes from discs, and that I don't know the ins and outs of that to know what happens with it, but it is really cool that this is possible at all. And especially seeing some of the Mario artist stuff that I've only seen in like YouTube videos being like lost Nintendo stuff, is really cool to see and really impressive, and like, yeah, something I didn't expect to be able to access without either buying that hardware or finding some like ODE or something like that, to be able to do this. But I also don't, yeah, I don't know this well enough to know if like, are the graphics upgraded at all when you run in DD mode? Do the ships look different? Is it outputting at a higher resolution? I truly have no idea what the DD does on this, but oh yeah, I don't need to quit cartridge. The other one, like, yeah, let's see, Mario Artists. Yeah, this is what I was interested in, is the like Polygon Studio, them trying to introduce a 3D Polygon editor on the N64 is wild to me. That would even be a thing of like, yeah, we should try that. And just being able to actually see it is very cool. Even though the controls and it's all in Japanese, so I don't know what any of it is, but so I'm just mainly guessing at what stuff does in here. But look, there's a like car body, and you can select it, and maybe are we stretching something? I truly don't know. I don't know what any of these controls do. Oh, that's just me. Okay. So yeah, I can move this stuff off axis. That's cool. And can I scale this thing in all directions? And then how do I move Okay, that's... Oh, that's like an undo button. I can zoom. But yeah, I'm really lost on what what you do in this. But it's cool. It's cool that that was even a thing that was like being attempted. It's very impressive to me. Oh yeah, we have nothing on the... Okay, what Snowboard Kids, that was one that was asked for. Specifically 2. I don't know why. I also forget this is an Atlas game. Does this have any special... Nope. It's cool it has a story mode. Okay. Got it, got it, got it. Let's just do all default. Sure. Does this have like... Oh, this has like real story, like cutscenes and all. This is not just like, hey, do well in the races. Okay, I'm gonna skip this, I'm sorry. Just in the effort to get a few more games shown. Okay, so my trigger is basically throwing snowballs to knock people over. Okay, and C-stick seems to be my tricks. It's nice that I haven't fallen over like I did in 1080. This seems much more like arcadey. Seems very like Mario Kart snowboarding because I've just got a bunch of items that I'm hitting. Like it has that kind of kart racer vibe to it. And here's another jump. Who knows if I'm doing those correctly. Oh, I have to... Okay, okay. Get on the list, that's kind of cool. Can I fire my weapons from here? No. Now is that... Oh, that's counted as a lap. That's really interesting. Oh, and okay, so if you hold a direction while you're doing that, you will get to do like spins and tricks and stuff. That's actually pretty cool. It's like a little more arcadey than expected, but has some almost like Tony Hawk SSX stuff in there while being more simple like a kart racer. Yeah, this one's interesting. I'm also like, yeah, what is that story? I know I skipped it earlier and that's on me, but I am interested. What do we think the mouse ability does? And how do I select the mouse? Oh. Oh, B selects that. So does that steal from somebody? I think I saw the mouse attached to that character for a second, but... Oh, no, I can't... What ability throws the cup at me? Okay, and I need to make sure and aim into this for the... That is so interesting. Like, to finish a lap, having to aim for, like, narrow opening on there is really cool. Okay. I kind of can't tell if I'm supposed to hold those buttons for the trick or just tap them, or do I just tap out a bunch of different ones? Like, it takes a while to speed back up once you get like knocked down in this, but yeah, this seems to run really smooth and overclocked. I'm not doing the side-by-side for these because I'm just trying to get a few extra games in to show the overclocked on that's been requested. So I'm sorry for missing out on the side-by-side, but it'd be a lot easier. That's kind of why I was focusing on the cards today, because I could easily show those side-by-side with one on the summer cart and one in the actual hardware there. But okay, let's see your set back here. Ryu Hisuki says, oh, you have to used to have a 64 DD. That's super cool. Sound quality is fantastic compared to the cart version. It has stereo. You had a keyboard and mouse in every game. Wow. It was a cool novelty, but not worth keeping. The sound quality was better because of extra space on DD, but there were no graphics updates. Who knows, maybe all the DD games will get translated at some point. That'd be cool. Yeah, that just seems like a really interesting part of history that I would love to have readily available that more people could check out, including myself. Let's see, what other ones did we have in here? Another that was requested was the Aero Fighters Assault that they said ran really badly before, so I think this is just a test to see if the overclocked does anything nice for this. Sure, main game. Oh, wow, that is a... These characters are very pre-rendered. They look like the reboot TV series almost, but probably it's not as good as I remember those being. Okay, so just to be clear, we are in the overclocked mode, and that feels extremely sluggish. Like, this is almost sickening to me with how sluggish it is. It feels like there is like a huge input delay almost with how that is. And if this was requested because they wanted to see if it would improve, I am scared to think of what this is like normally. Because wow, this is so hard to like line anything up. And I'm sure part of that is practice with the N64 stick of having to get used to that, but for me, mainly looking at water, this feels so sluggish. Wow. And this is really cool. Like, this looks like real areas and the buildings are neat, but this is tough to look at. And we are fully unleashed in the overclock mode here, and yet this is what happens. I mean, the whole building coming down when we crash into it is kind of fun. I don't know what this water world is, where there's also buildings just in the middle of the ocean here, but I mean, that's a cool effect. Okay. Resetting back to this. What is another? Another one was Knife Edge Nose Gunner. That was another one that was told did not run very well. Ryu Hazuki, did Analog issue an update since the last time you streamed it, or is it the same? No, it is exactly the same. It's still the 1.1.9 update in there. What a sparse menu. This looks like the old iOS interface where everything was reflected. No new updates. It's very, oh my gosh. This is not this is not good. This is like fully unlocked. Like it was tied to the frame rate, and the second you go over 30, this is impossible to control. That is so funny. Okay. I know we talked about some that like, hey, this feels like it's running faster, but this is legitimately like you cannot control it. It is moving so fast. What on earth? Did they have to overclock it because it ran so badly on original hardware, and this is what they're stuck with? Whoa. This this just looks like things are put on fast forward. Okay. Well, this one requires a teeny bit more examination because of how this runs. Wow. Like what? Because seemingly I would assume that this just means the game is completely unlocked in some way, and so it goes way too fast, and everything is tied to the frame rate. So once you up the frame rate, the game gets out of control. Like, isn't that what happened with like Dark Souls and stuff? When they increased the frame rate, it was all tied to the physics, and like everything was tied to the frame rate, so it messed things up. I feel like I've heard similar stories about that, and that seems to be the case here. Oh wow, that's okay. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the N64. Let me go back to this. Let's quit that cartridge. I just have to know. I have to know what this looks like on the real N64. Wow, that's wild. And yeah, oh sorry, I got distracted by how how weird that was. Okay, knife edge. Original N64 here. Yeah, Ryu Hazuki, there's been no update. I'm very disappointed by it. I kept waiting for like, oh, would they put out some Christmas update with a lot of feedback address and things like that? But no, there's, as seems to be normal with Analog. Wow, even these menus, those are so sluggish compared to before. Yeah, there's been no update. There's been no word of when an update might come out, or even if they're addressing anything. Like, there really has not been anything out there. You know, actually, this is what it plays like normally. This is just an N64 playing this. Is there something messed up with the summer cart or this like ROM or something? Because this is actually like decently smooth and also too fast to be able to do anything. Like maybe it's not as fast, but it's still, I can hardly, I am just like whipping all over the place with how how my view is changing so much. It is a little like, yeah, but things come up so fast I don't even know. And this is not the Analog. This is the N64 with this cart in, but it is through the summer cart, so there could be something with the ROM or something with summer. Like I don't have the physical actual cartridge to test this, but this feels extremely hard to control and way too fast to react to anything. Wow. Okay, that's knife edge gunner. That is so confusing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I'm turning that off. Ryu says, can you check enhanced plus mode on it? Yeah, I can do that. Let me switch back to the A3D. Go back in here. Wow, what a tangent that I just want to know what is going on with this game. Wait, no, I need to go quit cartridge. Enhanced plus mode on it. Okay, yeah, here's going to be an enhanced plus. I thought that this game was just going to run badly, but the N64 runs it so fast. Like, is there something with my... Is it the ROM? Is this... the menu ran so sluggishly, and then once you get into the game, it runs so fast. Yeah, okay, never mind. This is like double the speed, but even the plain N64 still runs this too fast to be like enjoyable. And then this is just like double that it's a nightmare. This is one that might benefit from here. Let's go back. Supposedly, but I mean, I guess not supposedly, people have tested stuff, but Force Original hardware is supposed to run slower than the original N64. So what is knife edge? Does this slow it down enough? Wow, that, like, these menus, how are the menus this slow? It's still like, what is up with, I don't, this seems like it is maybe meant for a light gun or something, because my control stick I cannot react quickly enough to these things, but also they're moving too fast that I don't think any reflexes of my own would be able to access these things. Wow. That is the strangest game I've booted up in here yet. Huh. Okay. What a wild one. Yeah, Ryu says, I guess any enhancement breaks it. Yeah, it seems like if you give it too much, but like, why does the menu run so badly, but then the game is at such a fast speed you can't react to anything? So strange. Truly, truly strange. Let's see. What other ones did we have? Oh, I need to go back. Quit. Let's just do a couple more enhanced ones. What time is it? 12:24. Okay. So in the spirit of the just litany of racing games we've played, Top Gear Overdrive was one that was requested. So let's see what this looks like. I'm back on just full Unleashed mode. Just seeing what these look like. Wow, that car model is strange. And it looks like there's some interlaced artifacts going on here. Actually, setup, high res. Half and full, interesting, okay. Automatic. Sure, let's do this. Whoa. That is such a squirrely car. And you're so, like, bumpy. Why is my car shaking so much? It's, like, wiggling. This is one that... I can't tell if it's, like... It feels so weirdly fast. It seems like a little impressive with how things are like skidding around and things, but it also seems so strange. It seems like it's half arcade racer, half trying to be semi-realistic. But my car model looks so goofy. It also feels like it's running faster when I'm doing... Okay, there's my... Okay. Is that just me, or does it feel like the game runs faster when I'm in first-person mode here? When my car model is not on display? Okay, that's supposedly I'm using nitrous on here. What an interesting game. I don't know how to feel about this one. It seems kind of fun and bouncy, but like almost too bouncy, like it's seasick kind of bouncy. And for some reason it reminds me of Beetle Adventure Racing at this point, but like in an odd way. Okay. So it seems to run really smooth. I don't know what it ran like originally. And again, I'm just trying to look at the overclocks real quick before we end the stream, but there's some overclocked for you. Okay. Let's see. Ryu Hazuka, did you try Diddy Kong Unleashed on stock N64 to see the difference between the two? No, I did not try that. I can. Let me see if I can switch over to this. Um, 60 FPS, was that it? No, it was Diddy Kong Racing patched. Okay, I don't know if this is in the widescreen stretched mode still. Like some of this stuff looks a little slimmed, so it might be in the widescreen mode already. Options. Video options. We can at least look at this. So 16:9:9. It's not stretched out in this view, at least. But that is like a 30-ish FPS on original hardware. If I turn anti-aliasing, fancy. Is D-Dither tanking it, or is it just this area? And then 32-bit color. And we can also see what it'd look like 4x3. I don't know if we get a little extra performance just because you're showing less. Or, sorry, showing more. Wait, no, 4x3 would show less, 16:9 would show more. But yeah, let's see. Fancy D-Dither 32. So it varies between like 28, 30, depending on the area. As we kind of head into caves, see less stuff, it seems to raise up. This was one where when I run this, I captured uncompressed footage of this. I ran it through Teardrop, and I was getting very inconsistent frame times. It was showing like 30 or 45 or close to 60 in certain areas on the Analogue 3D, and then it would show like way off on the other. I tried messing with frame drop settings, but I was never confident in any of those numbers enough to actually put those into a video. So I kind of gave up on that plan because I either don't understand Teardrop enough, or I'm not capturing it the right way. Something's messing up that I didn't feel confident in those numbers enough to show it off. But I do like that this at least has a frame counter. So at least on original hardware, this is in the 30s to 28, and then as you maybe turn stuff off, you would be able to, you know, eke some extra frames out or something. But anti-aliasing, fancy 4x3, we're getting around 30, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. So if we switch over back to the Analogue 3D, go in here, we're in the Overclock Unleashed. Okay, and then in the options here, we'll go to the video options. We'll go 16:9, or sorry, we were doing 4x3, we were doing fancy anti-aliasing, D-Dither, and this. So yeah, letting this run, this is when I ran these tests and tried to capture uncompressed footage, try to send it in TR drop, which would notice like differences in frames as you go to try and estimate the frame rate and everything. It's what seemingly Digital Foundry does, and so I was interested in setting all that up. And when I did, these frames that it tells me in Diddy Kong were way off from what I would see on TR drop. That could be a difference in one versus the other, but I don't have a good test bed to show, okay, this game is running at this frame rate at this time, and then TR drop to confirm it to know the baseline of the software is working and it's analyzing it correctly. Because you could do things of saying like, oh, there could be a percentage difference in the image that you don't count, so you could basically have it ignore if something in frame changed. You wouldn't count that as the frame updating. That could just be some garbage of compression. And that's when I could get things closer, but they still seemed off enough that I didn't trust it. So, but on this, like with anti-aliasing fancy, 4x3, de-dithering, like Unleashed mode does get close to 60 at times. It will stay there. Most of the time it is in 50 to 60, and doesn't seem to dip too bad out of that. But and then it seems like anti-aliasing off seemed to actually like lock it. And this is where I also had a question on this game in particular. Like it gets much closer to 60 when I was turning it off, as far as I could tell. But I couldn't tell if the game code was modifying it in some way to do this or what. Well, then it dropped down. This all just seemed very inconsistent to it. But I do think that this patched version is really impressive and does make it run way smoother. Like it's way past the 30 that it was before. And messing with some of these settings is cool, like de-dithering on makes it almost less clear, but I don't know if that's competing with analog settings. Same as with like anti-aliasing. I don't know if that's competing with like which one of these fast, fancy, or off is the actual base game. Like is off doing some modification to the game that's making it run faster or slower? I truly don't know. This is where I started having questions how all this like works, and I'm not the source to do this. There needs to be someone who's an expert on the N64 to like explain this. So I was a little out of my depth, but I do think it's a cool comparison. I would like more games to add this 60 FPS. I think that's what the creator of a bunch of the Mario ROM hacks, I forget their name, but put out a video about the ins and outs, and they have some testing software in their Mario ROM hacks that shows the FPS counter, and that gave them more insight and different tests for the N64 to see how analog differed from the real hardware. So that's neat. Let's see, did we have anything else that would be quick to show? Let me go back to the menu here. Let's see, so we did Top Gear Overdrive. That game confused me. Let's see, Deadly Arts is one that was supposed to like not run well before. We can see what this looks like on overclocked. Deadly Arts. Okay. I kind of just want the pixel art version of these characters. Okay. The menus certainly fly by.
Round one. Ready? Fight.
Okay, so my stick does nothing. This is just purely a deep head game. It does pretty quick. Like some of the animations of things almost seem like I see some slowdown. I see things running like really fast in instances. But it seems to work in overclocked. Like
Round two. Ready? Fight.
just like some of those backsteps and stuff. I wonder,
First attack.
is it running faster than it's intended to, or is this pretty like how it should be, and it just ran badly before? And it's not a 3D fighter. I can't seem to change my... I like that. I'm just doing like a left, right, forward step with each of those hits. was trying to see what my C buttons did. That seemed to do not much. Time up. I couldn't even do anything in here. Okay, there's Deadly Arts. What else is on this list that we can quickly look at? Armorines was another thrown out. I think these were all ones thrown out of like, oh, this this just ran badly. Please look at it. Oh yeah, Ryu said Kaze is the person who does all the ROM hacks and everything for Mario 64 and put that video out. It's very interesting. I'd encourage anyone to go look at that. The title is like Analogue Lied, which at first I was like, whoa, that's a rough title that you would put out there. But it is very interesting because it is strictly debunking like individual things on the page. And I do think they have what I think is a good point is it seems like the marketing and the people doing the development is like very much out of sync. But it is still super interesting to see of like, oh, here are the specific things that are different. Here's how this affects this and that. And like, that's what's calling out while the like base mode, the N64 Force Original Hardware is not correct on there and everything. So it's super interesting. I really hope that that is used as the like, oh, here's what we'll fix. Okay, they pointed out something or like another test suite. It seems like some of that stuff should have been figured out before. Like those tests could have been done before, I assume. So it's a little strange, but still really interesting one to watch. Oh, is this a bad person or a good person? Okay. Let's see. Oh, Ryu. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Have a happy New Year too. Thanks for hopping on and throwing out more suggestions. This Armorine game seems like it's a kind of Starship Troopers-esque thing, and it is still a little sluggish to control. Like this turning feels almost floaty in a way that I have trouble aiming and everything. Again, a lot of this could just be have not spent a lot of time with the N64 controller, other than like Bomberman, and that doesn't use the first person mode, so I am just a little out of practice. But this seems to run decent. This does seem like a game that has been sped up from a slow speed to a fast speed, because it still feels like some things chug a little bit as we go, and it does not feel entirely smooth, even though it seems to be running okay. Is that how I reload? Okay. It just still doesn't feel like that smooth. It feels like there's some remnants of some things have been improved, but this still is not the best playing game out there, or best performing game out there. So there is Armorines, just to show what that's like. Yeah. Okay. What else do we have that's quick? We did Deadly Arts. Hydro Thunder was another. It'd be so great if Analogue released a New Year's surprise that is a big fun update to this, but I feel like they've taken off for the holidays, and I just hope we get something quick. Especially with the Superstation and other things coming out, like it seems like if you wanted to maintain some type of dominance, or I don't know, just like keep up with others in the market, you would want to improve things there. But I don't know how influenced by outside forces they are, if they're kind of just shut in of, yeah, we'll work on it, it'll get done when it gets done. I would just love to see them turn a new leaf and just like let people know what they're working on. That'd be so cool, wouldn't it? Okay. Hydro Thunder, I absolutely love this game on Xbox Live Arcade. I don't know that I'd played any of the arcade versions before then, but I played so much of it on Xbox Live Arcade, and I absolutely loved that version. And I think it changed some stuff from the arcade. I don't know how like accurate that was to everything in there, but I'm not seeing the super fun water physics of that. It seems like things are pretty flat here, and maybe there will be some waves later, but I'm not seeing the cool splashy water effects. It seems to play pretty well. It does feel like a game that's kind of maybe locked at a 30 or something like that. It feels like it's just a little bit sluggish and not like extremely quick, but I don't know how much of that is just the feeling of the boats. Like, hey, the boat feels a little sluggish to control because it is a boat in the water. Definitely feels smooth, feels consistent. It just doesn't feel like this is like the smoothest game ever. Like, we've played some racing games today that feel more smooth than this to control, at least. But if you look at the background and things going by, like, it looks very consistent. There is a sense of speed. There's no stuttering on the environment around, so it seems to run really well on the overclocked mode. It just may not be one of those that goes from, 30 to 60. It seems like it's just locking at whatever it was aiming for in here. So yeah, will I get burned if I go through this lava? Well, something happened. Okay, so there is Hydro Thunder. I hope that's enough of a little look at that. What else do we have on the list? Buck Bumble. Let's look at that really quick. Buck. Oh wait. I thought we'd maybe looked at this, but maybe this is something I looked at on my own time. I don't remember. Maybe this is on the like very first stream or something like that. Oh, this is another Argonaut one. Okay, one player game. Sure. Oh, okay. Oh. It's gonna be forever before I can slowly grab these items, because again, I am a person who is new to the N64 stick. So like lining up those things is difficult for me, but this seems to run very smooth. It seems very zippy. Oop. Oh, we're getting some actual... Oh, come on. Can I turn... Oh, that's to like throw some off my tail, I guess. Okay, please. Okay, there we go. There's a huge explosion for you. Yeah, it feels like I need a level of accuracy on this that I am not achieving. Okay. Oh, not exactly what I want to do. Okay, there's a herd gate open. Where would that be? There's a lot of fog. This would almost be one that I'd love for them to like introduce a mod that removes the fog, because if that was in here for performance reasons, what does it do when you take it away? Oh, that's a big bug. I feel like in some of these areas I'm getting a hint of a slowdown as I'm moving around, but for the most part this seems really smooth, especially like these tight turns and everything. I'm not seeing any like like the background seems to move at a consistent rate as I move forward. There's some little fluctuations as I move some corners, but it seems for the most part it seems to run pretty well. It's a very tight flying game, and I'm not good at this. Okay. What else? Buck Bumble done. NBA Hangtime was another. NBA Hangtime. Some of these, I don't know if these were ones, again, that people said these run badly, check them out, or if it was just, I want to see this game. Okay. No, I don't. No. Yeah, you can delete Buck Bumble, I guess. Okay. Start game. What am I doing? What is the code that I'm entering? Okay. Menus seem to run fast. Like, I'm not noticing anything weird there. Oh. So this is like a NBA Jam, but with slightly weirder sprites. It seems to run really fast. The arms of these characters seem like too long, a little creepy. And they've all got little heads. I thought this was all about big heads too. This almost seems like you were going for more realism than NBA Jam. But then kind of made them still look like cartoons. Huh. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, there's just the limbs. The limbs are so long. Okay, it seems to run very fast, like in a way that I am like, can people play this game and keep track of things? And I don't know if that is due to Unleashed mode or not, but okay, there's NBA Hangtime. Let's see. Duke Nukem was one called out as a CPU limited game, so let's look at Duke Nukem. Duke. See if this feels smooth to play as a first-person shooter.
Let's rock.
Okay.
Damn. Those alien scum are gonna pay for
Oh, right. Do we have a... Oh, no. Options. Game options. How's that? It looks pretty smooth. No, like, huge slowdown from doing that. Ow. This moves at a very quick pace. The control stick is extremely sensitive. Don't I have to, like, get in here somehow?
Where is it? Where is it?
It is kind of nice that this is like, I'm fully on the C stick for movement. I shoot with the trigger, aim with the stick, but it's still hard to aim this way. I don't remember how oh. I've played very little of Duke Nukem. So I know you go in there at some point, but I don't... Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow, really dark in here. Oh. This has the same, like, the second I let go, I guess I could be in control options, huh? I really would like it to be non-inverted, and then, or I would like it to be uninverted, and then I would also like to be able to go in and turn off the snap back off so it feels more modern. But hey, that ran extremely fast, so I would assume that's an improvement over it originally. Duke Nukem off. Okay, Let's see. Another was, we're just going through these as quick as we can, just so people who ask for them will be able to see a little bit of them. Continue without saving. Smooth rotating in. That seems good. This is Aiden Chronicles. How's this intro look? Seems smooth. This seems like one that maybe high resolution. Okay. Oh, wow. That really brought some slowdown there. Okay, here's high resolution. Here's normal. Pretty pretty smooth run through here. Second we turn on high resolution, I feel like it chugs a little bit there. Okay. Sure, we will accept default there. I do not trust that character. Wow, the art style in this game is not expected. It almost looks like Maximo or something. Okay, but I can't skip this cutscene. Oh, that's how your character runs? It's so stuttery. Like each step just feels... I don't think that's a... Sorry, you could really hear my controllers and me mashing the buttons on this to try to get through this. Wow, interesting. Okay, this is going for something. I'd not heard of this one before. But wow, the movement of your character is like nothing I've ever experienced. It's like they're hopping with each step. Unholy Avenger says this game is fun, even though it is slow and clunky. I have played through the entire thing. Has a slight chance to crash while running around outside, so save often. Oh, that's scary. It's good to hear that it is a fun game. But yeah, the movement, that really takes me off guard here. Oh. Oh, so whoa, this is... I have absolutely no idea. Okay, I guess that skipped my turn. And so I guess you are doing like, oh, your movement is like circle based. So as you make it to the edge of your circle, you then have more. And I attack the bat. Okay. Okay, I kind of get it here. I see the little clunkiness that was mentioned. I definitely feel that. But it does seem like very in-depth. It seems interesting. Okay. That movement animation is just shocking to see. But I mean, they're obviously going for something really big. Like, I've seen 2 huge cutscenes so far. It seems like you're exploring a pretty big land so far. You're like heading in that direction. Huh. Okay. Aiden Chronicles. We've seen it. Okay. Another one that people had asked about was City Tour. Was I not able to find this? City Tour GP? I guess not. Let's see another one. FIFA 98. which I assumed was Road to World Cup 98. Yep, I don't need to save. I just need to see one little game. Unholy Avenger says the game only seemed to crash while running around outside for a very long time. It's rare you encounter the bug, you just save often, so you're fine. Okay. Let's be friendly. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Did I choose no teams? Okay, so like the panning of this, there were some little hiccups in this already, and it slows down when all these characters get on screen.
Thank you, Desmond. The two sides here today looking forward to this one. What do you think about it, Andy?
Perfect. I forgot to choose a team, so it is just playing a match for me while I watch. Always a great feature for demoing this. I don't even have to attempt to know how to play. It just doesn't appear to run the smoothest. But I hope this lets someone know how this runs, and maybe they'll know. I mean, like the individual shadows for the characters that seem to animate while they're running and sliding and everything, that's cool. They actually seem to line up pretty well. There's a lot of little soccer people on screen, football people.
So a free kick here in a dangerous position.
Seems pretty,
Well, that was a bit optimistic.
like, seems like it's going for some realism. That's cool. Unholy Avenger says Aiden Chronicles needs a ROM hack to make it less slow and awful. Yeah, I'd love to see more of that, especially with new N64 hardware stuff coming out. I'd love to see more improvements to N64 games like that. It'd be really, really cool. I'd also love to see more like hobby devs spring up and make cool new indie games for it. Okay. I hope that has been enough of that. Another one was the International Soccer something. Oh, it's ISS, so I don't know. That's what I had assumed it stood for. Yeah, International Superstar Soccer, and they asked for 64. Oh, this is a Konami one. Because doesn't Konami does like the, does it Fez or Pez or something like that? Some soccer game along those lines? Whoa, that's a lot of shininess. Okay. No notes. Okay. Open game. Yeah. Yep. All of this sounds good. Let's see, is this one... Oh, what am I doing? Oh, that was the other... I guess that was the CPU doing that stuff.
Welcome to this live broadcast. This is glorious football weather. It's Brazil versus Italy. First half kicks off. Brazil are playing from right to left. Italy are playing from left to right. He still has possession. Man on. He's looking around for openings. Will he cross it? He's centered the high ball. He taps it in. Goal!
Whoa, they demolished me, or was that an own goal? Will it show me a replay? Was this me? That might have been me. No, that wasn't. I'm gold. Okay. And perfect. Right to the goalie. This definitely doesn't look as real as the other one. The other one looked like it was going for almost photoreal characters. These are a little like smaller. You see less of them. But to me, it looks like it runs a little snappier than the other one. Granted, I wasn't even playing the other one. But the animations in the other one, the character models, like those all looked like really impressive. It just seemed like that came at a cost here. Oh, and that character was knocked down hard. So yeah, there is that soccer game. And then what? This was another one, F1 Pole and F1 World. Looks okay. F1 pole position. This will be perfect. I'll get through all of these. My new year will be a new me with no N64 games left on this list that people wanted me to look at. Okay, pole position. That's fine. That's fine. And I am a... Yep. Sounds great. Sounds great. Let's race. Yep. Everything looks perfect. I trust everyone who built this car. Okay. Oh, is this a rainy track? That's why this is all like spraying up here. At least looking at the signs scrolling past, it seems like it's moving pretty consistently. The car is pretty touchy. Can I change my view somehow? No, I can get more stats on the screen. I can do this. Okay. I don't have a cool, like, whoa, in-cab view. I mean, maybe that's what this is supposed to be. I feel like I definitely noticed the lower, like the tires, when they start spinning, it's kind of distracting. And they don't look totally round. They look like they're kind of boxes. Or like, sorry, the faces of them on the side look like they spike up more than the like flat top of the tire. They don't look rounded in that direction, is what I'm saying. Yeah, this seems fine. It seems to run okay. It still feels like a little stuttery, and the polygons of this car seem like so low. Like I am just such a little box that it's kind of distracting. Like this one seems like really low detail. I feel like I got slightly more detail from the Ubisoft one, but maybe this has more going for it in other places that I don't recognize. Okay. And then F1 World was another one. So F1 World. Nope. Let's see if this looks different. Paradigm Entertainment. Okay, this one really gets you into it. Well, maybe not. I'm back at this thing. Okay. Started doing the fly through. Oh my. Why does it look like this? Huh. There's certainly more polygons on me. Oh, that. Well, okay, that does look like two PNGs of hands over this. But the body of the car looks like more detailed than I expected. Like if I squint, this is pretty convincing. Uh-oh. That's not gonna be good for my standings. Yeah, this one looks way more realistic to me than the other one, like to a pretty impressive degree. but it all has a pretty big blur on it. Like, it does feel like I'm supposed to, like, if I blur my eyes, or better yet, put a CRT filter on this, how does this look? I guess we can find that out, huh? Oh, no. Display mode. BVM. Let's just do fill and original. Oh, wait, we do have display options. Nope, not that. Okay. Okay, here's it with the CRT filter in. That seems to look pretty bad on YouTube compression, but I think that like blurring it some here does actually make a difference. The details around are pretty lackluster, but it does look pretty nice. It's weird to me just having such a like thick HUD on the side that takes up so much of your screen. Ooh. But just off initial impression, I think this one is more interesting to look at than the last one, than pole position. Okay. Have I embarrassed myself in F1 enough to go on to another game? Let's see. Another one on the list was Mace the Dark Age. Let's go look at that. Ooh, I'm running low on energy. Need to go to bed. Mace the Dark Age. This one I feel like was definitely mentioned as something that did not run well. Okay. Okay, so this is a fighting game. It feels like a fighting game that runs at maybe like 30. It's just like a little chunky. Nothing feels too fast. No, maybe it feels smoother than that. I don't know. It just feels heavy, I guess I'd say. Oh, I can change the... Okay. They got some Soul Calibur. Not too much, though. Oh, never mind. You gotta be up close, but I can completely circle around. I mean, hey, full 3D backgrounds. I've got swords and stuff. This is like a worse Soul Calibur. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Okay, they would just be impaled like that. That's rough. This really, like, everything in this looks like it's going for Soul Calibur. And I do love some Soul Calibur. And this does not feel as good as that. It just feels so stiff to me. And I'm not a great fighting game player, but I don't know, this doesn't. This does not feel the best. But hey, it seems to run at a pretty consistent frame rate, at least on the Unleashed mode. Ugh, she saw my strategy of just hitting the ground over and over and over again. Now, does my head end up? No. Okay, that is Mace the Dark Age. Another one people were interested in was Killer Instinct Gold. The difference between Revision 2 and Revision B? I don't know. That was a smooth N64. Oh, I like the shatter. That's cool. KI Gold. Okay. Arcade. We'll just pick default people. Can I use the D-pad for this? This feels like the speed I would expect from a fighting game. Whoa, you can break through the background like that? That's cool. I'm horrible at this, but whoa, okay. Yeah, the stuff like changing the background and everything, the effects on these characters. Oh, I have like a Hadouken. Oh no. Can I fall off the stage like in like in Soul Calibur? Everything goes back to Soul Calibur because it's the only fighting game I've actually spent much time with. I've lost. Seems smooth. That seems like it actually runs really well. I like the like zoom outs for big hits and everything like that. That's cool. Wait, isn't there like a cool skeleton? Do people think this skeleton's cool? I do feel like maybe I played some of the like free to play one of these that was on Xbox for some amount of time. Is this supposed to be a beginner-friendly fighting game? I don't actually know much about this series. Okay, yeah. It is about time for me to wrap this up. Because I can use just all the different C buttons, but those might just be, it might be like a fighting game where I have 3 of each attack, like A, B. Ooh. A, B, and then all my C buttons are different, like, types of... Yep, that is exactly what it is. I have, like, high kick, low kick, mid kick kind of thing. Did I win? Yeah. Okay. That is Killer Instinct. Duck Dodgers, that was another one. No. Was there... Oh, sorry. Blues Brothers was another one. Continue without saving. Okay. Oh no, this is like a real copyright one, huh? Oh, I'm gonna turn the volume down for this one. I don't know if we've gotten hit with Star Wars and everything else, but is this a rhythm game? I don't really know much about the Blues Brothers, so I don't know if you need to know that stuff. Okay. I have the key. There's a little... Is this just a platformer? This is not at all. I thought this was going to be a rhythm game. Oh, there's definitely some chunkiness as you move the camera around. So this is not a perfect one, which makes me wonder how bad it ran before, or maybe it was fine. Interesting. Like the animations for the moves and everything are kind of cool. But there you go. There's some little bit of Blues Brothers. Is this the room I just came out of? Oh no. Okay. I can't. I'm so surprised that this is a like Prison Break game, seemingly. It doesn't control half bad. It just feels a little stuttery sometimes, and I don't know if that's the, like, just the camera movement just isn't smooth. But yeah, I don't know what to think about this, and this one's very different than I expected. But there's Blues Brothers. Okay, last one, Duck Dodgers, and then that is all that I had written down that people wanted to see. Maybe I've missed something that you were interested in seeing, and if that is true, please let me know in the comments, and I will hopefully get to it at some point. Again, this is definitely the last stream I'll be doing for the year. I don't think I have time to do anything else. And I was kind of going to put this stuff on hold until something else interesting. I've typically saved the live streams for, hey, there's something to unbox and see, and I just want to, you know, share the excitement with people about like something new that's come out, which has been very fun to do with this. But I don't really think there's much more for me to show in this, unless in the Analogue 3D, unless they do some update, or unless I get the Superstation 1 that finally ships or something like that. So definitely, if y'all want to see anything else, let me know, and I'll see about like focusing on some of that. But for the time being, I didn't have like a huge push to do much more than this, because it seems like I've come to the end of my list of things people wanted to see, and people are getting their Analogue 3Ds, and you know, other options are coming out there. So that seemed like it. But okay, so this one, art style nice, frame rate in Unleashed seems pretty terrible. There's just some real sluggishness to this, even in the Unleashed mode. But the art seems like it's transferred pretty well. Like, this almost seems like, why wasn't this saved for like the GameCube or something? Because I like the idea of this, and those animations are very fun. Wow, this one seems actually like pretty well done. But the problem is, it seems like it runs pretty terrible. Lining this stuff up doesn't feel great. I guess I should have known. I shouldn't have stopped on that TNT. But this feels like one that I don't understand why it doesn't run at like a 60. It just feels really sluggish. But all the animations and the platforming feels decent. It just feels like I'm really having to brace myself, because it is slow to respond to my moves. Sorry, I didn't even listen to Elmer Fudd? Isn't that that pig's name? So yeah, I really like the look of this one. I don't know if this is like a good game, but it looks cool. I like the art style it's got going on here. I like all the animations. Ooh, even your double jump, like you do the duck bill up to really pull up there. Oh, to dive underwater. I can swim underwater because I'm a duck, so of course that would make so much sense. This seems like actually pretty impressive, maybe? Am I wrong? Am I too tired? Is it too late? But yeah, it runs, even in Unleashed mode, this runs like pretty chunky, and I would rather it not. For something like this, I feel like this should be a really smooth, nice platformer, and I can already feel that this is going to get difficult when more things are on screen than the few things that are already on screen. So that's a little disappointing, but... Oh, push forward on them. Okay, here we go. A bunch of stuff is moving on screen. Oh, and it feels even more chunky. Yeah. What a shame, because this seems like a cool collectathon with like a actually like impressive art style. Did this come out on PlayStation or something that this runs better on that I could play? I'm somewhat interested now. Cool. Okay, I can't get distracted. I need to go to bed. This has been a long stream. Okay, let me get this last one from a pig. Okay. Go out here. Oh, and you know, kind of nice that it tells you how many atoms are available in an area when you go in. Is Duck Dodgers an incredible game that I've just been missing out on that just runs really poorly? I don't know. I've never heard anyone but one person talk about this game. We'll see. Okay. Let's go back to here. Okay, thanks everybody for watching this stream. Those of you who tuned in, really appreciate it. It's been very exciting to have people tune in for streams and be excited about this too. So that's been very cool, and thanks everybody who like tuned in to watch this stuff. If you have other games you want to see, let me know. I would do more streams if it seems like there are more games, but I have no more on my list. Other than ROM hack stuff that honestly I have had a lot of trouble getting the ROM hacks working correctly. So maybe that'd be interesting for the future. But if y'all have other games you'd like to see, let me know. Otherwise, I will probably be back doing streams either maybe when I start a game for like a long form video, or Superstation 1. I'll definitely do a stream on that, Analogue 3D updates, things like that. But yeah, let me know if y'all would like to see more streams. These have been really fun to do. They're different from my normal stuff, and I feel like got me out of the funk of, wow, editing takes a while. So this has been enjoyable, but I don't want to overwhelm people with streams if this is, you've gotten your fill. So thanks for tuning in. Have a happy new year, and I will see everyone later. Thanks for watching.